right, everybody, good evening. Welcome to the regular governing board meeting of the Cabrillo Unified School District. Today is Thursday, November 9th, 2023, and it is 6 p.m. 01. So we will start with our roll call. 1B, Rosie?
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia?
Here.
Kim?
Here.
Carmen? Lisette? Mary Beth?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Rosie. And next is our Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina, the honors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next item 2, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Rosie?
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Mary Beth, for second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 3-0 plus 1.
Okay. Next is communications. We'll start with public comments. And we have 4 public comments for this item. And we will start with Adam Eisen. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, yes. 1 second, just, yes, my friendly reminders. Thank you very much, Mary Beth. For this public comments agenda item, as well as generally speaking for hearings and other agenda items, they are a great opportunity to provide a comment to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, so as is typical for most meetings of public agencies, we allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner as is in the public's best interest. As we know, these meetings can run pretty long, and we want to be nice and awake for the end of them. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff or follow-up, though please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we will only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic being initiated, with the option for speakers to pass on their request after the presentation if their comment has thus sufficiently been addressed. And a general reminder regarding meeting conduct: if you notice any issue, have any concerns or questions regarding the conduct or process for this meeting during the course of this meeting, those are very much appreciated, but difficult for me as administrating the meeting to receive directly from people in our live studio audience here. So please quietly approach Rosie down at the end of the table, and she will handle the question or concern or alert others for help to do so. I will not be reading or responding to texts, even though many of you have my phone number. Rosie is also my delegate, for any questions that you have in that regard. So with that, we will start with public comments, and Adam, please come up.
Face. There we go. Boom. All right. First of all, thank you for your service, your dedication to the community of Half Moon Bay. I think is amazing. I too have served, as you all know, as generally a thankless and unappreciated volunteer role. You are doing this because you are willing to spend time to make our communities better. I thank you tremendously. Thank you. As mayor, when I was mayor of Half Moon Bay, we initiated meetings between city council and the school district. They were called 2x2s. Since I have not been part of the council any longer, those meetings have stopped. It's a great disappointment to me because we were making tremendous progress in what we needed to do between a city and a school, and school board, I guess. And I'm looking for those meetings to continue. I am also chair of the Parks and Rec Commission currently, and we have an abundance of people looking for facility usage. We are currently a town without a park. I mean, you can say that we have Ocean View Park, but we have no facilities that people can use for the public. We have no spot where people can play. In the summers, when kids come and try to get onto our soccer fields here because they have nothing else to do, they can't even get in. The excuse is always, from my perspective, well, you have a beach, which is great, and I use it tremendously, but we need other facilities, if they exist, to help serve our population here in Half Moon Bay. This past year, we were able to approve 3 sand volleyball courts to be used for 8 months at the edge of Kelly Beach. As soon as this was organized, a whole community of people started meeting multiple times a week and recreating. We had families, we had kids, we had a whole bunch of people using Half Moon Bay in a way that they never had before. So my ask is kind of like the you build it, they will come scenario. But I want the school district to initiate the 2x2 meetings again. I know that the city council is ready to initiate those meetings again. And I want the topic of those meetings to be working on MOUs that we can use to allow the public to use school facilities however it needs to be organized, in whatever way it needs to be serviced, but for people to be able to access the tennis courts, for people to be able to use the pickleball courts, for people to be able to use the soccer fields. My goal in Half Moon Bay is to get people out and recreating as much as possible. I think it's good for the community. I think it's good for all the kids in the community. And I'm asking for you and your assistance to help make that happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Up next is Lisa Schick.
Good evening. Last month at the October board meeting, Superintendent McFedridge used the word transparent. What does transparency mean? In this particular case, he was saying that he believed the board would like to be transparent with the school district's negotiations with our teachers. Personally, it made me pause and consider if the board and the district administrators are being transparent in their communications and interactions with our community. Last month, we had 2 presentations at 9 and 9:30. We're in a financial crisis. The FCMAC representative had to speak to 9 p.m. to talk about our financial crisis. Is this being transparent? We had a Hatch Community Forum. I was unaware that this district discarded 4 years of curriculum. In my opinion, that seems a luxurious decision for a district that flips in and out of basic aid. Is this transparent? In December of 2022, Superintendent McFedridge told the PTO that students were the priority as well as school buildings. This was in response to questions regarding the Hatch parking lot and field use. Currently, and it's become apparent that obviously workforce housing was being discussed. That was never once mentioned to the Hatch PTO. Transparent or not? The district and board members currently have 2 large ongoing construction projects and want to start a 3rd one. This district has repeatedly told the community that there isn't money available for school improvements nor teacher salaries. Last month at the bond meeting, the bond committee seemed unaware that the settlement from CUNY was placed in a separate fund and monies were being used for a new project rather than bond projects that the community had already voted on. Per the lawyer, the money received from the CUNY settlement was unrestricted and the district restricted it. Transparent or not? Here are some recommendations that I have for our board. Hold community forums. I think people were pretty clear with Dr. McFedridge at the Hatch Forum, and it was free. Have guest speakers speak at the beginning of board members, and not at 9:30. This happens consistently where speakers and guests are made to wait for hours on end to present. Maybe we could have board comments at the end, but I think that's very disrespectful to make our guests wait until 9 p.m. Meet regularly with your bond and budget advisory committee to have transparent and open conversations. What's the purpose of those committees if we don't listen to their recommendations and they're unaware of board decisions? These are members of your community who have differing perspectives and contributions. I'll read part of the recent press release regarding the AP School Honor Roll. Sean McFedridge said,
Time is up.
"The achievement is a testament to the hard work done by our students and teachers. Let's start giving testament to our teachers and pay them a fair and competitive wage. Let's be transparent with the community where the COLA funding for teachers went." Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Up next, Chelsea Mickelson.
Hi. My name's Chelsea Mickelson. I've been a Hatch parent for 8 years and many more years to come with a kinder. I'm going to read a letter that's been signed by 264 of our community members. Dear school board members, we are asking you to increase teacher pay and keep our children's academic future the focus of the district. We are parents and community members who are concerned about our own kids, our neighbors' kids, and our community as a whole. We are asking for your help, for your commitment, for your focused attention to prioritizing the students of our district through our teachers. Salaries and retention are interlinked, as are veteran teachers and educational outcomes. We refer you to the lead statement from comprehensive research recently published in the Brookings Institution titled, "Reviewing the Evidence on Teacher Attrition and Retention." It states, decades of research have shown that teachers are the single most important school-based factor in student achievement. Your constituents agree. We understand that Cabrillo Unified School District's budget is looks bleak, but this is a math problem. The equation can be solved. We are asking for you to stand with us to keep our children's academic future the focus of this district and to increase teacher pay. Sincerely, 264 of your community members. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chelsea. Up next, Brianna LaFontaine.
Good evening. I'm a little shaken up. It's been a long day. And I'm also a little trepid this evening because I'm upset, and it's been a year of drafted emails, unsent emails, and unspoken words, but I got to a point that I need to speak. Good evening, school board members and district administration. Even though I am a member of the Bond and Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, Budget Advisory Committee, and the El Granada Elementary PTO Board, I stand before you today as a parent, community member, and voter. I can't help but speak to the state of our district. This is about the trust of the people, and right now you don't have it. I don't say that to cut anyone down, but I don't think any of you hear or want to care right now what the public thinks. As a group, you have built a wall, and you do not let the opinions of your constituents through. If the district administration and school board have gotten to a point where they can't hear their greater community, then there needs to be big change within all of you, because that is what you are here for. This is not easy for me because I want our community to band together and do great things. I don't want to come across as creating a divide by pointing out that divide. But even with all the wins within this district, the amount of negative perception is overweighing it, and for the sake of our families and future families, we all need to do better, and that starts with you, the district leadership. There's a lot of discussion of a new bond measure. I do not claim to speak for everyone, but enough people have come to me with angst and questions that I know I am not in the minority here. Bond measures cannot be passed without community support. The community currently does not have faith in this district. Please redirect your focus today so that in the future, we can have the support to do great things, which may include workforce housing, if it's not on Hatch's property. Your community is speaking. Please hear us. We support our teachers, and we support the current facilities projects on our school sites. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brianna. That brings us to the employee organization reports. Oh, I'm sorry. They're for 5D. Yeah, that's okay. So employee organizations reports, we'll start with CUTA.
Well, first of all, I have a long speech that I normally make. I can rip it up. Thank you, parents. All right? We're waking up. All right? As everyone knows, I've been telling the teachers, stay away. Stay away. Stay away. We've been staying away, and I said eventually the community will wake up. And I have been getting emails from hundreds of parents saying, we're looking at the budget. You're not lying. We get it. We see the percentage of teacher salary is down. Everything makes sense. It's starting to make sense. And I said, so I just want to thank you for doing your homework and all the emails and phone calls I've been getting lately and the support. We really appreciate it. I'd like to thank the teachers too for, we know Power School's been rough, the new program, and I know the teachers have been kind of working on the side to get that all done and for caring for the kids. Before I even go any further, I apologize for my dress. I usually am dressed with a tie with some history. Today was Throwback Thursday, so I had an Oakland A's shirt, and I was going to give a big speech about Eric Fisher and the ownership of the Oakland A's and what happened to the team, but all the teachers told me, don't do that because it's going to go over everyone's head. So if you know what happened to the Oakland A's, you know exactly what I'm talking about as far as the workers, the employees, and the ownership of the Oakland A's. The last thing, and as we also want to thank the site administrators. The site administrators have been awesome. At Cunha, at Half Moon Bay, at Hatch, at Fairlawn View, at El Granada, Kings Mountain. The teachers want to thank them. They've really gone out. We work well together with the site administrators, and we really want to thank them because they know we're in it together. We're all working together. The last thing, and I'm glad that the parents are still here. The one thing I'm going to talk about is it might make sense what's going on and what we're going through right now. I'm going to show you something. 1, 2, 3, and then I got a little 5 here. And that's $8. $8. Let me explain the story of $8. About 15 years ago, I was in a room. I was the only one in the room. And in the room, we were going through the Depression, recession. You guys remember the 2008, 2009. And in that room, the teachers broke up into this tier system that everyone talks about now, and the healthcare got taken away, and days off were taken, no pay days for teachers. Remember, teachers took like 5-6 days of no pay. The healthcare got changed from Blue Cross to Kaiser. All these changes, everything was blown up. At that meeting, the agreement was that new teachers would get always single coverage of healthcare. All right, so that was the agreement at the room. Everyone said, yeah. Also, the agreement was, I don't think people know, is that district workers, the superintendent at that time, and all the employees and the lawyer said no one at the district hired after that time would get healthcare. That time, it would just be single pay. So it was kind of agreed, shake hands, it's a horrible time. Let's move on from that moment. Now, the reason I have $8 is the first negotiations a couple weeks ago, the union was told that the health care is going to be $124 or something like that a month that the tier 2 people are going to have to start paying. No, we didn't know, no information, never had any information. But of course, that $124 was wrong. It was actually $8. And they basically said that $8 is now going to be charged to Tier 2 employees. Well, I tried to get in there and find out what's going on. We tried to do an MOU. They tried to solve the problem. Nothing was solved. We didn't know anything until we got an email, and every new teacher was charged $8 a month for healthcare. $8. This is where we're at, where we can't even cover the $8. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Up next, CSCA, and I think we have somebody standing in for Lynn. Josefina? Okay. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Josefina Infanzon, and I'm here on behalf of Holly Lynn, our CSCA president. And I'm just going to read a letter from her. Dear Superintendent McFetrich and board members, CSCA Chapter 485 is pleased to announce the members voted to approve the reopener of this year's contract. We express our sincere appreciation to Diane Paoli for her service as the chapter president over the past 2 years and over 12 years of service in different positions in our chapter's leadership. Looking ahead, we are excited to introduce the nominated and elected chapter board for the upcoming year. Holly Lynn as president, Shane Modena as vice president, Steve Goldberg as treasurer, Diane Paoli as secretary, and Paul Harrison as the chapter communication officer. This newly elected board will commence with their newly elected position on January 1st, 2023. We extend our gratitude to all members for their active participation in the voting process. CSEA members form the essential backbone of our schools, tirelessly ensuring the seamless functioning of crucial services, from providing nourishing meals to facilitating transportation, maintaining clean and organized classrooms, and beyond. Our dedicated members play a pivotal role in the holistic well-being of our educational community. CSEA Chapter 485 remains steadfast in advocating for the rights and well-being of our valued support staff. We are committed to continuing our close collaboration with the district to ensure that every member has the best possible working conditions and fair compensation. We extend our gratitude for entrusting the CSEA leadership team with the privilege of representing you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josefina. Board members report. Should we start this way?
I'll go.
Not that many of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Every once in a while, I'll do a little just refresher on budget stuff. So I thought I might go through a few things and just talk about things from my point of view. I want to talk about a little bit about the budget because I know we're dealing with that a lot right now. So just in terms of how it all works, so our employees at the school district get, on average, it's written into our budget, 2% every year. So it's a stepping column schedule. I know people that don't work for the government probably don't know this as well, but every year you go up a step, and that is on average a 2% raise. So everyone from the superintendent to the bus drivers, everyone's on average. So some years they might be getting 0%, and then other years maybe 4.5, but we write it into our budget as 2%. And it isn't just the general fund. Thanks, Brianna. It's coming, that's from everything. So you'll see there's a presentation later, which I love. Bianca's gonna do, where it has all the organizational charts, and it shows all the positions and what's paid, who pays for each position. So it shows if it's coming out of the bond, out of the parcel tax, out of the general fund, out of restricted funds. So I think that's great. So on average, when we're ballparking it, it's about, if we're going to give all our employees a raise, it's about $350,000. So back of the napkin math, it's about $350,000. And that's how it works. So when we do give raises, we're giving a raise to the salary schedule. We're not giving a raise to everyone's salary. So for instance, I want to go back through what happened in the past. So if we look at 1920, the COLA that year was 3.26%. So what happened that year was our employees got on average their 2% step and column, and then they got a 3% raise. The next year, 2021, and the reason I want to talk about this is because I feel like with this budget crisis, from the people I've been talking to, they feel like it's just out of control. You guys don't know what's going on, but we know exactly what happened that put us in this situation, and I want to make sure everyone understands what happened. So that was 1920, 3%, 2% on average, and then we gave the 3% raise, and the COLA was 3.26. 2021, the COLA was 0. Everyone got their on average 2% and a 3% raise. 21-22, the COLA was 2.7%. We gave everyone their on average 2% raise and then a 5.29% raise to the salary schedule. So this is where we ran into our problems, and this is when the budget stuff happened. So in our numbers, our projection was at 2% for that year for our taxes coming in. But we were getting a lot of pressure from our union that they were running numbers at 4%. And we were getting pressure also from board members that we maybe needed to raise that number because our assessment tracker was showing it was going to come in at like 6.5%, 6.55%. So when that was happening, there was a lot of pressure for us to change that number. And we thought it was reasonable. So we did. We changed that projection number in our books to show our parcel tax, our tax revenue was going to come in at 4%. Well, they ended up coming in under 2%. So that is exactly where we hit the problem. It wasn't like we don't know what happened, we don't know where this money is going. That's when we hit the problem. And what that did was that flipped us out of basic aid back into local control. And because we also had declining enrollment, we received fewer dollars. Our COVID funding also dried up about that time. So that's what put us into this problem, and we're all aware of it, and we know what happened. And we thought we could trust that assessment tracker, but I guess we need to really make sure we have that money before we go to divvy it out. But so anyway, I just want to make sure everyone's clear about what happened there, and that we do know what happened. And we should have waited for that money to come in. We should have done that before we had the raise. And I said to someone, that's when the problem happened. And they said, you shouldn't say it like that because it sounds like you're blaming it on teachers. And I said, well, it's the fact. That's what happened. Most of our budget is salaries. All school districts are. Most of it is salaries. So usually if you are coming in under budget, it's because something's wrong with your salaries. Now, are there efficiencies that we could find? Yes, there are efficiencies. We know about some of them we don't. We're working to get those. And really, we've been deficit spending for years, so we need to take a look at all of this and figure it out. But I want to encourage all of you always to call me anytime. I'm always happy to talk to people. I'm happy to meet people for coffee or whatever. I'm happy to talk to people, and I want to hear ideas. So I love it when people have ideas about what we can do. One time, someone that's sitting in this room came up and said, you should cut this position, and it doesn't seem like it's helping. And I thought about it, I'm like, oh, that's at least it's a solution. Someone's coming with a solution. It happened to be a position that was being paid for by bond dollars. But if you look, really, I encourage you, if you don't listen, at least look at the slides and look at the stuff that Bianca did that has all the org charts and shows every position and what funding it's coming out of. Because that's part of what's hard too, right? Is because we talk about our general fund is where we get those raises, but a lot of those positions might be paid by a grant or a bond or something like that, but every position is on there. So I love it. I never print anything out, and I printed that whole packet out because I want to have that when I talk to people about where they see that we can start making efficiencies. So I think we can all do that, help to do that. And if you see something, talk to your principal, talk to whoever your manager is. We want to make it better. We want to make things more efficient. We want to have money to give to you all. The second thing I wanted to talk about really quickly was the FICMAT report. They talked about, your salaries are too high in that, but they also talked about two other things that I just want to address, just to give some enlightenment on what I see is happening. One thing was about using consultants for our business, our money stuff, the use of consultants. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. Our CBO was out for a while, and well, first of all, the stuff that's in place that we've been using is the stuff that was in place from the last administration that was here. So we kept those same practices for what we're doing now. Then our CBO was out for a while, so our fiscal director stepped up and she took on some of those responsibilities, and consultants. So that's what kind of got us through that time. Now, in the meantime, our fiscal director has finished going to school to get her CBO credential, and one of the things they said in the FICMAT report was we shouldn't be using those consultants so much. So I think now things have changed. We have a fiscal director that has actual experience now being a CBO, and she also has her credentials. So hopefully we won't need to be doing so much consulting, but I don't think a lot of people realize the background on that and how that all came to be. So I wanted to tell, my take on that. The other thing the FICMAT report talked about was the position control system. So our director of pupil and personnel services, she has been busy in her, year and a half she's been here. She's been busy updating our hiring practices. She cleaned up our HR policies. She's gotten us organized with these charts you'll see later. I think that's going to be super helpful to help us with the budget stuff. I've been wanting to see those for a long time, so I'm super glad they're coming. She's taken over negotiations, and she has been working on that position control system. It's work that's been underway, and I also understand we have a great new payroll technician who's going to be working with our fiscal director and Dr. Contreras to work on this position control system to make sure that basically this system will show that we're staffed efficiently. So that's the other thing that FICMAT brought up, that I wanted people to understand where we're in the process with that. I want to touch on housing really quick because I feel like some people kind of felt blindsided by that. So I want to go back through the history on that just a little bit. This started back in 2020. I was, pretty new on the board, and I was feeling very frustrated that our employees we were getting so much less money than other districts, and our employees were, pretty underpaid compared to everyone else. And I was pretty frustrated about that. And I thought, what can I do about that? So one thing I can do, and I have done, and I will continue to do, is advocate at the state level for more fair funding. I mean, I see it as structural racism. I think it's terrible that we're getting a fraction of what schools over the hill are getting. But beyond that, how can I help? The only other way I could think to help, and I'd heard a lot of other schools doing it, was looking at housing to help our employees in that way, because I'd been hearing employees come up for years at that point talking about how they can't afford to live here. And I thought, well, that's something I could maybe help with. So Kim was also interested in that. So Kim and I started talking to other schools and districts that have done some some housing for their employees. We talked to San Mateo Community College District. They were over the moon about it, very encouraged by what they had done. And we started talking to some more people about it, and everything we got, all the feedback we got was very positive. So at that point, we decided to move forward to talking with some companies to see how they could possibly help us. And so Kim and I and Jesus met with some different companies that gave us their spiel. And out of that, we saw Brookwood as being very strong. And we liked the work that they had done with Jefferson School District. So at that point, Brookwood came and gave a presentation at our board meeting, and we hired them. And you can see in our warrant reports going out, monthly, when we were paying them, I think our first payment was around $50,000, and they were coming back with good stuff and finding partners and way to try to work this. And so that's why we kept moving forward with it. So it was, a smaller amount of money coming out from all these years. So this has been going on since 2020. And now when we brought it to the community this isn't to say we're going to do this or this, this is what it's going to look like. The idea is to see what people think and to get feedback. And I think we have gotten some really good feedback. And I really think we should, personally, look at not putting it on the Hatch field there. And I think, I hope others do as well. So we'll look at that and we'll try to work with it. But it's not to shove it down anyone's throat. It's another way and another funding source that Kim and I saw that maybe we can help here. And it's not for, our people that have been here for a long time that own a house. This is for our lower paid employees and for new teachers. And I know, we've gotten some flack in public, and, it's kind of the cool thing to do, yell at public officials in public, but the positive comments I get are on the sly. It's, someone comes up to me at the grocery store, or they send me an email. So I have heard some support. One person came up to me and they said, they can't understand why there's so much anger around it, and that he thought it was a great use of an asset to do with an asset we had. Because really that is, like, what can we do to help? We have an asset, we have land, we have unused land in our district, and that's an asset that we could use to help people with housing. And this guy said to me, he said, I don't understand he said, I know people are against it, but I want you to know I think it's great use of an asset. He said that the problem our detractors were having was WIFM. I was like, WIFM? I didn't know what that was. And he said, what's in it for me? And that's understandable. I really do think that's part of it. What's in it for me? This isn't something this is for the future. This is, for the next few years, for the next decades, that we're trying to put in place, that we have another thing to offer to our employees, not just now, but far into the future. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, this will take, I know there are people on both sides of it, but it's going to take a community to get this done if we want to do it. The other thing I want to talk about was just, it's a lot of negativity, and I was talking to someone, and, they're like, everything's bad. The press is bad. I just feel like you're attacked all the time when you're on the school board. And that's fine. It's part of the job. But I was thinking back, I feel like there are a lot of good things we've done. We've expanded the preschool program. We have concurrent and dual enrollment at the high school now. We have lots of our curriculum that's updated. There's more to go out, there's more to do, but we're out of funds for that. Our adult school is thriving. We have multiple grants to help serve students better. Our HR department is updated and organized. Our business service department and our payroll department, they're well-trained and organized. All this has been going on at the district office. Facilities plan has been updated. The master plan has been updated. We have an equity audit. We have a lot of work to do there. That'll be coming up. Our TK program is implemented and expanded. Our construction has started at Fairlawn. We're waiting on permits for El Granada, but I can't wait to get that started. We're looking at workforce housing as an option to see what people think. Our career technical education is getting organized and expanded. Overall, I think we have really good site administration at our schools. I think we have a good administrative offices. We have more sustainable operations. We just won a Green Ribbon Award for that, which is hard to do. I think we also have great teamwork with our partners. We're working with CEF. They've got the community hub going on, and if you haven't seen, they've got a bunch of classes there. We're working with the Boys and Girls Club, ALES, Coast Pride, others as well. And do we have a long way to go? Yes, for sure we do. But I really hope that we can all help to get there. I mean, I want us to be better. I want input. I want to know where you see more efficiencies. It's hard when I'm just yelled at to give a raise when, I'm not Rumpelstiltskin. I can't make hay into gold. Like, if there's no money, there's no money. Can we find efficiencies? Can we do things better? Yes, call me, email me, let me know. Call the superintendent, really, he's the guy in charge, or your principal, or whoever your manager is. So I just think if we can all help, that's what we want. Like, we want to have a good relationship with people. We want our employees to be paid more. We got ourselves in a problem because we're trying to give as much as we could. You know, even when we gave 2% and then a 5.29 on top of that, we were getting pressure. And a piece of my heart died then because I thought, you know, I thought this was a good raise, and I'm getting yelled at more than ever now. And a piece of my heart died because I realized then that it doesn't matter what I do, like, I'm gonna get yelled at. And that's fine, that's part of the job. It's cool to do that in public. It's the cool thing to do, so I'll take it. But I also hope we can have more cooperation and teamwork around it because I wanna make it better, and I know everyone wants to. And we can't do it with our limited funding, getting a fraction of what they get over the hill unless we make it efficient. And I see the county being here as a positive thing. They're here to help. They're here to help us get better, and they are helping us. And I think that can only do good for everyone. So I'm hoping that we can work together, come with ideas, and we're doing what we can. The superintendent's door is always open. I know all of us are always willing to talk to people. I'm happy to give you my cell phone or email. So please, and I know sometimes people feel like, oh, I only get 3 minutes. So, you know, go take an hour with Sean or take 2 hours with me, and let me know, because I'm willing to listen, and I wanna have outreach, and I'm trying to do what I think is best. So, and if I'm not, or you have different ideas, or you disagree with me, I'm happy to hear about it. So please let me know. So thank you. I just wanted to give a little background to try to get people on the same page a little bit, because I do feel like I hear a lot of misinformation, and I think it helps if people understand at least some of the basics, and maybe you all do. It looks like I'm kind of looking at a group that's pretty experienced here, but I know maybe some people listening haven't, so I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Beth. Either of you have a preference?
Go ahead, Carmen.
Thank you for coming. I'm going to keep my comment very short, and I'm going to say thank you, Mary Beth, for sharing that background. Thank you all for coming. I'm so touched that you guys care enough to come and you believe enough in the system to make a change. So thank you very much, and hopefully we'll have a great evening.
Thank you. Kim?
We can do better. We can do better with following through with the FICMAT recommendations. We can do better rolling out information. We can do better by meeting with each other when we react. I know in the many circles of community that I'm part of, if I get partial information and people start to get spun up on a piece of it, that I can get spun up. And I so appreciate the teachers and the parents that took the time to have conversations with me this month. I learned a lot. We can do better not name calling. We can do better not villainizing. I understand Mary Beth's comments because I also watched the Bond Oversight Committee recording and received emails and heard from people that they're entitled to their own opinion, but if you tell me that I'm part of a group that's just being deceitful and that I am stealing from the public, it hurts. I have been a teacher. I know that every single teacher in this room and in this district is worthy of a raise. And I will continue to advocate for all of the generations to come. But please, if we've had an email exchange, try to close the loop with me. You are absolutely entitled to your own opinion. But we can do better having civil conversations, people. And I shouldn't say people, that sounds so hateful. But right now it's hard. I know people are frustrated listening to long comments on the front end. And I see your faces. And you see mine. I'm just asking, please consider that it's a yes and. We are not pitting one idea against another idea. We are not pitting school facility improvements against workforce housing, against teacher pay. These are all yes and possibilities. It's about using our land resources so that we can own property that is incoming producing 3 decades from now. And it will be an asset. Now, there are going to be individuals that don't think it's feasible. I understand that. But the number of districts that have done that in the Bay Area are enormous. There are 3 huge projects going in San Francisco. Maybe if you own your own house already, or you've got rent control, and you don't need it. But I guarantee until the state funding model changes, this is a vicious cycle that we're going to keep going through in terms of pay, unless we can change other education models and delivery of services. So thank you, and that's my comments.
I just want to thank each of you so much for your comments. And it's not a conversation, but I just want to say it's the nice thing about going last. I can say I'm grateful. Because what I've been thinking a lot about is a lot of the details that Mary Beth, you spoke about. That's all in my mind. I think about that stuff every single day as well. All those different aspects of all the operations and the governance aspects that we're responsible for. But I also been thinking about a lot about what all of you brought up as well in terms of how we work together as a community and how we can actually be so much stronger when we're together. And many of you who know me know I'm a reader. Like, I'd like to read. It's not surprising, probably. One book I'm reading right now that's on my nightstand is David Brooks' How to Know a Person. The Art of Seeing Others Deeply and Being Deeply Seen. And I really appreciate this. It's a bit of neuroscience, a little bit of psychology, a little bit of social science, a little bit of philosophy. But one aspect that he talks about is what it takes to have a good conversation. And I'm just going to read the paragraph from here because he says it much, he's like probably you guys know him. He's a New York Times columnist. He writes for The Atlantic and others as well. So needless to say, he's a better writer than I am. But anyway, a good conversation is not a group of people making a series of statements at each other. In fact, that's a bad conversation. A good conversation is an act of joint exploration. Somebody floats a half-formed idea. Somebody else seizes on the nub of the idea, plays with it, offers her own perspective based on her own memories, and floats it back so the other person can respond. A good conversation sparks you to have thoughts you never had before. A good conversation starts in one place and ends up in another. So that really meant a lot to me and means a lot to me. And it's kind of funny because in the format of a board meeting, it's like the exact opposite of a good conversation because we have to follow these very rigid rules. It's parliamentary procedure. It's like the law, literally. We have to follow these rules where we have, can have fairly open comments with each other. So it does achieve that objective of a business meeting of the board. But it's the worst way to interact with our community. And which is why we do try to have as much it can be sometimes overwhelming to be one person speaking with a group of people. So I know myself, I prefer to maybe speak with one person at a time or a few people at a time, like smaller groups. I just have an easier time with that format of conversation. So as Mary Beth said, we are so easy to find. Just Google us, and if you know the CUSD syntax of email addresses, just our first names and our last names, it's pretty easy. I think having conversations is really, really important, and that we can have this kind of like half-baked ideas going back and forth, and we sometimes get to resolution, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we agree to disagree, and that's fine too. But I think that's what it takes, especially to get through times of change that beyond our world here in the school district, are not easy times out there. And I think that stress, can't be unspoken when it does impact how we all feel, even about what's happening here personally, kind of in the day to day. So, I think those conversations are important. I feel really lucky that I've had a little bit more bandwidth in the past couple of weeks than I've had the past couple of months, to get out to sites and to be able to visit with people and speak with people. I spoke with lots of folks at the Hatch Fiesta, which is really very fun and nostalgic, because I remember probably going to my first one like 12 years ago, maybe, something like that. And a lot of them since then. I know Catalina, maybe it was in kindergarten with my son. So that was really fun. And I made it back to Continent Day at Farallon View, which was also super awesome. And I love, it was a fun trip to Australia and New Zealand that day. And I really enjoyed that immersive, really creative experience. That was really cool. And the fall play at the high school, of course, was fun to just see these kids up there on stage doing something that takes a lot of courage, just like reading, a Shakespearean inspired play. And then today I spent the whole day down in Santa Cruz with the marine ecology class from Half Moon Bay High School on their field trip to the Seymour Discovery Center there. And they did some field work there, and to just like be able to spend time with people. It's not just about the activity themselves, but it's like about the many side conversations with teachers, with administrators, with staff, with students. The car rides, like anyone that's ever been on a field trip with kids, the car rides are the best. And just hearing from kids, like all these kids were like, well, I only had 3 in my car, but about how like much they have friends that live over the hill, and how they love Half Moon Bay so much because it's like more chill and low key. It's not like stress buckets that their friends have over the hill, which great schools, but just a different culture. And it was really great to hear how they appreciate that. And also, especially anything related to marine ecology or environment, I think we are so lucky. And so like a lot of our conversation with the kids today was about like, there's no amount of money that like, I won't name specific schools over the hill, but like even some of the wealthier school districts, like you can't buy the ocean. You can't buy a redwood forest. And to hear from our students how grateful they were to be able to like integrate their education into that setting, be it through the Junior Land Stewards program, be it through the HEAL Project program, be it through programs at the high school, and more that emerging at CUNA around, agriculture and so many programs around the arts as well, but just such a unique, close, cohesive, unified community we have here as well, because you're not jumping from one school district to a completely different one. The kids kind of mix and match. It was really kind of nice to hear. So I want just people to know that those are opportunities that we have. Like this is probably like the least effective way to speak with board members, because we can't have a conversation. This is just speaking at each other, and it's not really very productive, to be honest. And so I would encourage people, if they have strong feelings, questions, comments, thoughts, curiosities, whatever, do reach out, and we will make the time. We always make the time to meet with somebody if they want to talk about whatever. If they just want to meet and know, why do we do this job for $200 a month or whatever it is, or whatever, or zero if we decline. Yeah, and I just, to me that's important, because it's also important that we do get out there and know we all do in unique different ways to also see people outside of the school community. So like whether, and that's important input too. So when I'm with when I'm with the food bank with Alas on Saturdays, and I literally see our own staff in line, it's hard because I want our employees to not worry about where they live. I want our employees to not worry about food, literally food on their table at night for their kids. And it makes me mad. Like, it really makes me mad that it's to that point that that's what we're struggling with and our community members are struggling with. And it makes me very frustrated that those folks that are often behind the scenes struggling the most, that can't be here, are the ones that need us the most and often just frankly get ignored. And that's not fair because, you know, regardless of people's education level or history or what they look like or what they speak or whether they are differently abled, like, those voices aren't often heard. And so I think it's important to me that we represent and that we support those as well, even though it's not always obvious to the broader public. So anyway, yeah, the book is, again, I'm not getting any royalties, but for anyone interested, take a picture. Has a really cool cover. And it's an easy read. It's not like super academic, but it does pull in a lot of research, which is cool. So anyway, that is it for board member comments. And we will go to then our student board member report. Catalina.
Okay, so I'm just going to read out the report outs from each of the school sites. So for El Granada, October was a very active month for El Granada with a Halloween parade, pumpkin patch, fun run, community altar ofrenda for Dia de los Muertos, and so much more. They celebrated reclassification and language growth in many of our emerging multilingual students in October as well. We are looking forward to celebrating Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day on November 14th, and our classes are learning about Native American heritage in conjunction with Native American Heritage Month. At Fairlawn View, many thanks to Andrini Brothers, CUSD Maintenance and Operations Department, Core Construction, and Veneer Construction for coming together to restore the water at Fairlawn View after it was shut off by Montero Water and Sanitary District last week. We are working closely with MWSD and San Mateo County Environmental Health Services to address any potential concerns moving forward. On a more cheerful note, in the past 2 weeks, Fairlawn View participated in a spectacularly spooky Halloween parade, decorated a school-wide ofrenda in celebration of Dia de los Muertos, and even visited Australia and Oceania for Continent Day. At Hatch, the SF opera performances were met with great fanfare on October 30th, thanks to the tremendous efforts and organization of our parents' lead, Chelsea Mickelson. The traditional Hatch Halloween Parade was another great parent-supported event. Students had the opportunity to show off their creativity of their Halloween costumes to music provided by Alifano family. Candy was passed out by several ununiformed sheriffs, inspiration for many of our little officer costume wearers. The annual Hatch Fiesta was on November 5th with a huge undertaking for our SIPA parent group. The scheduling of baile folklorico, dance instruction over the past few weeks in preparation for performances were well worth the effort, as the dancers were so proud for the opportunity to impress their friends and families. All Hatch families are invited to wear purple and meet at Mac Dutra on November 14th at 7:30 for a kickoff to the Recognizing Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Law enforcement officers will accompany the walk across Highway 1 to the Hatch campus. On November 15th at 5:30, our RFEP students will be recognized at our ceremony in the MU prior to our ELAC meeting. Community member Pablo Oropesa of Half Moon Bay Joe's has graciously donated a catered meal to mark the significance of this achievement. Lastly, Hatch Jogathon will take place on the Blacktop the morning of November 17th. At Kings Mountain, we are looking forward to the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day as well, with launches with a school-wide November 13th assembly and an interactive group collaboration. The second and third grade students will enjoy a morning of fossils, soil painting, and lava games at a Geo Kids field trip to Stanford University on November 16th. Stone soup performances and working together to cook and prepare our traditional stone soup on Friday, November 17th, where family and community members celebrates gratitude on our site. Finally, all students created Thanksgiving Day cards for Coastside homebound seniors receiving meals on wheels during this holiday season. Cunha Intermediate, this month, our sixth graders attended outdoor ed. First quarter grades and report cards went out, and the science egg drop took place today. Parent and teacher conferences took place during the week of Halloween, and the second Cunha ELAC meeting took place this Tuesday, and the Cunha band marched in the Pumpkin Festival Parade. Our 8th grade girls volleyball A team won their championships, and the 7th and 8th grade boys and girls basketball starts this week. Our leadership lunch activities consisted of pumpkin carving, a costume contest, and lots of intramurals. At Half Moon Bay High School was named Advanced Placement School on the Advanced Placement School Honor Roll. Students attended the Forestry Challenge last month in Loma Mar. A homecoming dance was on the 21st of October. Local scholarship applications closed at the end of October. Parent College Night was last week and well attended. Football won the school game. Fall play and Shakespeare Day Off was very successful. Music concert was hosted on Monday evening. The Ag Field trip last week to Indianapolis for FFA National Convention was a 4-day trip with presentations, public speaking, college fair, and networking. DLAC meeting was hosted on the 8th of November from 6 to 7:30 in the Half Moon Bay High School Library. Then the SAL is starting on campus to build a relationship with our students. 8th grade open house will be next week from 6 to 7:30. I think it's on Thursday or Wednesday, one of the two. I'm not sure the exact date. Then more information pending. RFEP ceremony December 9th in the Half Moon Bay Library. Wellness coordinator Shanti Becker will be working with Safe Space to get the program started and youth-led mental health organization. High school students enjoyed the CTE field trip to Skyline with Ms. Jolivet and Ms. Longacre. The students were able to partake in many activities that allowed them to get a sense of what Skyline has to offer, and counselors are supporting seniors in completing their college applications. A huge congratulations to the boys cross-country team for finishing 6th in the PAL championship meets, and congratulations to Dea Kurseg and Lucy Collins for qualifying as individuals to the CCS championship. I only have a couple more, I promise. The Youth-Led Leadership Institute has to come to Pilarcitos to involve our students in the Friday Night Live youth program that addresses underage substance abuse. YLI takes a social justice lens to work, shifting the focus from individual behaviors to a larger patterns of injustice that target young, low-income people of color and encourage unhealthy behaviors. Our counselor, Stacey Ferguson, set up a mini DMV course for students to pass the written portion of the driver's test and get their pink slips and begin the process of getting licensed so there are more readily access to employment and education opportunities. On Halloween, we held a pumpkin carving contest, and there were some great ones. We then held a pumpkin smash. So many jack-o'-lanterns did not last long. At La Costa, our family, our first IBEST classes offered in partnership with CSM will be coming to a close next week. It has been a great partnership, and we look forward to coming out with many more classes in this format. Also, Dr. Jerry Lopez has been presenting to our evening ESL students in resilience and about resilience and importance of education for adults, especially when they have so many responsibilities in their lives. Lastly, at Los Listos Preschool, Los Listos Preschool has been busy for the last part of October and the beginning of November. The students participated in the Hatch Halloween Parade and walked to the school district to get some treats. Students are getting vision screenings in November and have a community breakfast for the families on November 14th. Parents will be working together with their children to make a family book to share in each classroom. And that's about it for me.
Thank you so much, Catalina. All right, item 3E, Superintendent Report.
I just want to call out that on the consent agenda, you'll see some items, but I want to remind people that we are having Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day next week, and they will meet for Hatch students and staff at City Hall, and then walk to Hatch. And this is a moment. There's a resolution there that the board has done numerous times that across the county. This is a time to remember the contributions and the history of Ruby Bridges. I've met Ruby Bridges in my last district. We had a school named after Ruby Bridges. I think it's important history for us to understand, and she helped to basically fight for her rights and her family to fight for her rights in a school in New Orleans. I also want to note that it's Native American Heritage Month, and I'm reminded of this often when I'm watching the Half Moon Bay High School news, actually, and I see Brittany Jolivet and others sort of speaking to this, and I appreciate all the work that teachers and counselors and administrators are doing currently to help honor the contributions of Indigenous peoples and Native Americans to this state, country, and world. And we had a resolution on that at the last board meeting in the consent agenda. I can't help but think of the belief of Indigenous people that we belong to Mother Earth and not the other way around. And so I'm mindful and I'm reflecting also now on what I've learned from Native American colleagues and friends long ago about our need to honor and respect all our relations, whether that be with the animals and plants we share the earth with or the different people we coexist with. And I think honoring is listening. And I think the board is listening. And I know it may feel like they're not hearing or that I'm not hearing when we are unable to just solve some thorny, intractable problems about our budget. We are listening, we are hearing, and we are also presenting to the board and the public and to our staff about the problems that we have. And we are talking about that. And I agree entirely. Mary Beth gave a very good account of sort of the history of where this has been. I don't want to go on about that, but we did hear several years ago at the negotiations table, and this board came through with money that did not materialize. That is true. The FCMAT report identified that very clearly, that we can attribute the issue that we have in some part to the fact that we have expenses that exceed our revenues. This will change. I remember when coming to the district in 2019, we were at a similar place. And we looked at cuts, we looked at savings, we looked at efficiencies. And the following year in November, when we flipped to basic aid, I said to folks, we need to get back to the table. We got back to the table and we made good on the year before, 1920, and we made good on 2021, and we came to agreements. We are not in agreement now, but I am not negotiating away from the table. And I hear you, but I can't have that discussion. And indeed, I'm no longer at the negotiations table. Our negotiations teams are. I am hopeful for that. But it isn't going to be that we can just hear folks and fix things. I wish it were that easy. I appreciate the folks who are trying to follow all the presentations, and I do hear loudly and clearly folks saying, we need more. And I would agree with that. All our employees need more. During the last month, I've been able to speak at a sustainability forum for students at San Mateo County Office of Education, where we got to talk about our green ribbon efforts. And just to sort of echo what I heard from someone earlier about my quote about we can thank people, our staff and our students for the achievements, for example, for the AP honor roll at the high school. That is wholly their work as a team. And I would say that the sustainability and the green ribbon work is wholly the work of a team. It is the work of a team of teachers and of students and of board members on the environmental committee and district office staff and custodians and maintenance staff. And so I just always try to represent that when I'm asked to speak about the green ribbon efforts in this district. It's about a team. It's about the work that this community did, the work that this district did. And I appreciate that when we put our minds together and work as a team, that we can achieve great things. And I'm grateful for that. I'm trying to keep my comments about gratitude in November because Thanksgiving is coming up. And so this is a marked month for gratitude. I'm also grateful that I was invited to the Hatch PTO meeting a few weeks ago and sat there from 7, I think, to 9:30. It was important to hear from families and staff at that meeting and for them to hear my responses. And we were able to have a dialogue. And I agree entirely with Sophia that this kind of meeting feels more, it's not a conversation. It's back and forth, right? It's not even a back and forth. It's these folks speak, we speak, people speak. But I did appreciate being called to that Hatch PTO meeting. I was also appreciated being able to sit in a circle with Pilarcito staff last week and meeting with them in a restorative practice modality, which we're trying to train folks in. And I appreciate and I'm grateful for the staff who are training in restorative practices so that we can talk about what's happened, the impacts on people, and how we can work to address those impacts. So I greatly appreciate folks like Lizeth Bendanya and others at Pilarcitos, all of them who I sat with in that circle. Dudley Hughes, Molly Shower, Martina Reese, and the work that we've done also in district office staff to try to learn those restorative practices. And I think that is important for us. I think we need to restore one another. I think we need to lift each other up. I think we need to hold each other. Kim often says to give people a place, for a space, and grace. Sorry to rhyme it 3 different ways. Grace and space, thank you very much. I would hope that we would all try to give each other grace and space, and I'm grateful for the people who do that, especially when there's been harm done, especially when there is an impact felt. That's important. And so it resonates with me what the board members have said. We've often said this, I hear you. It may sound like I don't hear you or don't listen, but I'm trying to reflect back what I've heard from people and say it. Fair Lawn View have been some highs and lows. This has been a very challenging and humbling time. There have been a lot of folks out there, not a lot of folks, there have been some folks out there who want to. I watched the Montero Water Sanitary District Board meeting, and somebody said there has to be culpability. We can look back on it and make sense of it and blame this, that, or the other for what happened. But at the end of the day, what I know is that I spoke with Clemens Heldmeyer last week on Wednesday. I spoke with him again on Monday of this week, and I spoke again with him for an hour yesterday, the general manager of Montero Water Sanitary District. And he and I spoke and made a commitment to try to work together and have our teams work together to address those issues going forward. I totally understand the liability, the risk, the responsibility that Montero Water Sanitary District holds for that community. And I totally feel interdependent and imbricated and involved with that, interested in that. And we have to work together as a team to make sure that that school site is safe and to make sure that that community is safe. And that involves our interactions. And so I know that there's been some reporting in the Half Moon Bay Review yesterday about this. And I just want to state for the record, I'm not pointing blame at anyone. I'm happy to take all accountability for everything. But at the end of the day, it's not about what didn't get done, it's about what we will do going forward. And for me, that was sitting in conversation on 3 different occasions for an hour or so each time with the general manager and the leader of the Montero Water Sanitary District for us to say, hey, I heard this, and to make sense of this, and did you hear this, and what do we need to do going forward? And I think Dr. Contreras and the team and the contractors are working to make sure that this is addressed. It's a long-standing problem there that we did not have, nobody identified. It's an old school, and we're starting modernization, and construction will reveal that. Just to give another example, and I'm just going to say it, I was in conversation or email with a teacher at Fair Lawn View and a school site council member there, and also with a PTO member there. And I was last week when I was at the site, and I was on email on this with numerous people. All I can say is, and it's not that I wasn't a Boy Scout, but all I can say is on a humane level, I will work and will commit to working to try to make things better going forward and trying to converse and make conversations so that we can find common ground, make common ground, and address those issues. I do believe we have a resolution. We were able to install the 2-inch backflow preventer on Friday. We were able to test that on Saturday. I was in conversation with people over the weekend. The water was restored. I am very grateful and very thankful to the families, the students, and the staff at Farallon View for going without water for 2 days. I'm very grateful to Jaime Rico and to Dr. Contreras and to Amy McVicker and all kinds of people in maintenance. And I heard from Catalina earlier, Amy must have wrote those comments about the gratitude felt for the maintenance department. I'm grateful for the Andrini brothers. I'm grateful for Montero Water Sanitary District. I'm grateful for the folks who came together to get it done. At the end of the day, without pointing fingers, and I will take all the blame all the time. I'm happy to do it. But at the end of the day, there were highs and lows at Farallon View. The high for me was going to Continent Day in the morning the other day and seeing all these students back in the MU. There is modernization there that will make that school facility fantastic. But remember, modernization has not happened like that in years and years and years. This district has only had 3 bonds, and many districts have had many more. There's a lot of deferred maintenance that needs to take place, but I'm pleased, and I want to just state for the record, and I told Clemens, the general manager of Montero Water Sanitary District, that I would say this, and I do it not because he asked, I do it because I think it's important for people to hear. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not blaming people. I'm taking accountability for my part in it, for the conversation, and we are trying to move forward. Tomorrow is a day off, if you will, as we honor the veterans of this nation. Veterans Day is actually Saturday, but of course it's a federal holiday. We observe this on Friday, and so I want to give thanks to those who have given for their country and to the armed forces and armed services. And that said, I also want to mark that this is a very difficult time in our world. And I appreciate what teachers and support staff and families and students are doing for one another in a time of great uncertainty in the world. And finally, I think I said this before, Thanksgiving's right around the corner. And the theme of November is gratitude. And yet I am mindful of the challenges and struggles we're all facing in a time of limited resources. I am grateful for the work our staff do. I am grateful for the wonderful things that our students and families provide. I'm extremely excited to hear about the Cunha presentation tonight. There are some other presentations that, I'm excited with some news that we're getting, and I'm daunted by some of the news, but we can make sense of things and we can work on resolving things if we continue to stay in conversation. When board members say that you can reach out to me, today it happened. I was in response to 2 teachers and 2 PTO leaders today. I look forward to the ongoing conversation. I'm grateful to you for being together here in community, and I believe the board when they say they want to make things right. It is a very challenging time with limited resources, and I do believe the board is listening. And I do believe that we can get better by being in conversation with each other. And I do think that may be not in a board meeting. I also understand that this is an opportunity for the public to comment and make their statement. This is the type of thing, and it can seem adversarial. I want to invite everybody who wants to speak with me personally, please reach out. And that concludes my comments.
Great, thank you very much. All right, item 4, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Carmen, for your motions.
Keep going.
Okay. This is a roll call item. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lizette is absent. Mary Beth? Catalina? This item passes 4+1.
All right, thank you. Item 5 is general business, and we will start with 5A, Manuel F. Cunha, intermediate school presentation.
I want to
Tonight.
thank you. I want to thank Jeff Clinton for his patience and his leadership at Cunha Intermediate School. Thank you, Mr. Clinton.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. And President Lane, Dr. McFetrich, members of the board, and colleagues, and teachers, and members of the community that are still here. My name is Jeff Clinton, and I'm ripping through this slideshow because I had this upside down. Okay, my name is Jeff Clinton. I'm the principal at Cunha Intermediate School. Lisa Mae Donaway is the assistant principal, and Victor Guzman is the dean of students. Do I hit? I'm sorry. Okay, there I got it. I'm good. All right. So this is the mission statement. Basically, we're here for kids. We want them to be critical thinkers, lifelong learners, and we need to support them. This is we have 54 staff members at Cunha, 3 administrators, 31 certified staff, 20 classified staff. There's 545 or so students there. When I started in the 17-18 school year as a special ed teacher at Cunha, there were about 750 kids. So enrollment has gone down quite dramatically in the last 7 school years. Our free and reduced student population is 43% of our students. Special education, 16.69. That's about 3.5% higher than the state average. English learners, 18.34%. Migrant students, 3.85%. We had a homeless student last year, but we no longer, she's housed now, so we're good. This is the ethnicities. So we're 56% Hispanic Latino, 37% white, and then 5% Asian, which is a little bit up. So those are the 3 main ethnicities, with several other ethnicities not supported as much. But we are, the Hispanic, Latino, and white populations are the main populations at Cunha. And these are the 2 initiatives that we've been working on last year and continue to this year, is building a positive school climate and using data to improve student outcomes in various different ways, not just academic outcomes, but social emotional outcomes, and just making Cunha just a better place for students. This is building a positive culture. We have Victor Guzman, who's our dean, has been working diligently. We had 3 families that attend our ELAC meetings. We also have Dr. Jerry Lopez. God, I do that every time. I'm sorry, Dr. Lopez, if you're watching this. God, I did it. Okay, anyway, he's gonna not be happy with me on that. But there were 3 families for the first 2 meetings last year, and there were 25 families during the first quarter. So Mr. Guzman is really calling families, interacting with families. He does a lot of social justice circles. He has parent meetings all day long, and it's really starting to make a difference. Our bilingual staff has increased from just a couple to about 8 right now. So our campus supervisors, 2 of them are bilingual. One of our counselors is bilingual. Mr. Guzman's bilingual. Our new registrar is bilingual. And I think this is really increasing the communication we have with families and students. We also have our weekly videos in English and Spanish, which we started last year, which is kind of nice because we also have students, staff members. It's a nice way to connect with the community. That was Johnny, yes. So he's amazing. Building a positive school culture. Also, we have a new initiative. It's called WEB. It's Where Everyone Belongs. It's one of our new electives. This is 8th graders helping 6th graders. So there was a 4-hour orientation. And we're basically training the 8th graders up to kind of be ambassadors, helping the 6th graders when they come in. so that the sixth graders have someone to talk to, you know, how do I go through the lunch line? How do I do this? What's this teacher like? What's that teacher like? So that's been really successful. So we'd like to continue that program, but we just started that this year. And also our leadership, Mr. Cox does do our leadership activities, which have been really taking off last year and this year. I think we're kind of after the pandemic type stuff. We have, I mean, it's been really nice to see a lot of teachers going out at lunchtime for the intramurals. So it is a very communal thing that's going on. And the teachers at CUNA are amazing, and they really, really, there's not a person there that doesn't care about kids. And I love CUNA and the environment that it provides both for staff and for students. And our girls volleyball team, they were the champions. Awesome. And our relationship with the Boys and Girls Club is also very important. They do our sports, so we're allowed to, that allows us to have a lot more sports. Like we had 10 volleyball teams, so everybody that wants to play gets to play. Also, reclassification, we had a reclassification ceremony in here last month. And since 2021, these are the teachers on special assignment. It was Aaron O'Connor-Brown for 2020-21, but then Yolanda Au has taken that over. And so the more work we get into it, the more established it is. Like 45.5% of our students that could get reclassified last year got reclassified. So it's really, really a great accomplishment. And just other things that we're doing, we have daily announcements, clear expectations. We're always talking about school rules, like at least a rule on the announcements, being very positive about what students are doing right. We have a chill room for students that are facing some anxiety or whatnot during the school day. Again, Mr. Guzman and Ms. Dunaway doing restorative circles. Homeroom for all students, we have that, recycling, keeping the campus clean, giving Cub compliments when students are doing something nice. So we have a Cub compliment winner every day, sometimes two. Honor roll certificates, student activities during lunch, like I said before, school dances. We try to be visible as much as possible. And so at lunch, there's like 8 adults out there. So if somebody who needs a counselor, principal, assistant principal, or dean, they have to come out at lunch. So it does create an atmosphere where there are quite a few adults out there. And with the leadership activities going on, a lot of teachers go out and interact with the kids during that. So it just has, this year's actually been the best year since I've been here. So I'm happy to see things are going well. Now to the using data to improve student outcomes or performance. These are overall test scores. So 38.05 is a drop of about 4% in ELA, but math, we piloted a math curriculum last year, so that moved about over a percentage point, like 1.5% in math, so we're going up in math. Last year, we switched from 7-period. Last year was the first year we had 6 periods instead of 7. So there used to be a 2-period block of ELA and reading. And so we just made the periods like 50 minutes instead of 42 minutes. So actually math ended up getting another 24 hours of instruction over the course of 180 days, where ELA, you know, we have to work out how to fix that curriculum. I mean, some of the outcomes were still pretty good for just 1 period. But that does need some work. I put this slide in here just so that you can look at this and compare year to year how we're doing. So this information will be in the other slides, but it won't have the previous year. So this is just something if you want to look at it. The only thing that's wrong is it says met or exceeded under math. That's actually we're the same for the ELA, so I made a mistake there. I noticed that earlier today, so that's wrong, that one little block. So the 6th grade scores, again, ELA went down, math improved. 7th grade scores, ELA went down, math improved. 8th grade scores, ELA basically stayed the same, math improved. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students, math improved, ELA went down from last year. Same thing, reclassified students, math went up not significantly, but a few percentage points. I think it was 13% 2 years ago and 16% last year, so that's good. But ELA also went down. This right here, students with disabilities, 9.09, that went up like 5%. So that is, and that's what we're part of like ATSI that we're kind of being targeted for is our low test scores with students, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and including students with disabilities. And math went up significantly also. So we're making a lot of progress here. Also, using data to improve student performance, the second part of kind of what we're working on. We have after-school tutoring. It used to be 4 periods a day back in the day, pre-pandemic. Now it's 1 period a day. Just last week, we're gonna boost it up to 2 periods a day. And the thing there is getting folks to do that. It's very difficult. A lot of people won't give up their time after school to do that, so we're getting some folks involved in that, which is really nice. Quarterly benchmark testing for ELA and math, making teachers aware of student academic data, and then comparing data like that table that I put in there, providing interventions with the teachers during collaboration. Once a month, we'll meet with grade level teams to discuss actual students and interventions that they're using. And then counselor programming, we're gonna start that this year, which is, we talked about it last year, is just giving like 6th, 7th, and 8th graders kind of a snapshot of what's going on in high school so they can start thinking about it, maybe having some things for parents. This is what a transcript is. These are the A through G requirements. Boom, 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 so that students and parents can kind of plan for high school, because that's the name of the game, right? We're preparing kids for high school. These are the courses that we offer. Basic courses. I put ELD and Spanish immersion on the core courses because that's kind of the way they're viewed within the school. Some of our electives, ag science, we have 6, 7, and 8 now. In STEAM, we have 6, 7, and 8. So those used to just be for 6th and 7th graders. So we've kind of expanded some of the electives. But most of our stuff is visual and performing arts or a science elective. And these are just the music. These are just some pictures from the elective. Here's music. This is our visual arts. They did that mural. There's also murals on the side of the MU that they also did last year. That's also Yolanda Au's class. Drama. They actually do drama in here every day. The STEAM elective is new. There's no shop classes anymore, so we moved the STEAM elective to the shop. So they have more access to build things and be a little bit more creative. Ag science, I don't know if you've all visited the farm out at Cunha, but there's a fence around it. I think there might be 2 chicken coops. They're talking about getting a goat, which hopefully doesn't happen. But they do, it's a lot of fun. The kids love it. So that got expanded to 6, 7, and 8. But Miss Myers is constantly getting grants and constantly improving that. So it really does help out a lot. These are the glows and grows. These are things we're doing good, well, things we need to help. The glow and grow thing is not me. Just to be clear. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. The goal 4 in our SIPSA is basically talking about restorative justice and what we're doing to bullying prevention, and the addition of a dean, which started 3 years ago, but it didn't start full-time until last year, and that position is integral to making Cunha what it is. And Mr. Guzman and Ms. Dunaway works with them as well. It's a different place, okay? So bullying, I think we had like 69 incidences of bullying 2 years ago, and last year it went down 43%. And that is doing restorative circles, that is doing like community circles in classrooms, that is also like the counselors too, working with the chill room, talking to students, and then referrals dropped by 59%. Those are more of the, not just all referrals, those are the referrals where some type of physical, maybe not altercation, but someone threatening someone, or, you know, middle school it gets a little dicey sometimes with like PE or excessive horseplay, or maybe somebody gets mad on the playground or whatnot. But those are referrals that are not just like chewing gum referrals. Those are more of like serious referrals, dropped by 59%. There were like 96 of those 2 years ago, and that dropped by 59%. So that's continuing this year. We have seen almost no kind of physical, like serious physical altercations at CUNY, which is amazing. So, and I think that has to do with the dean, the Where Everyone Belongs program. It was kind of weird the first couple weeks of school because I was like, you know, what's going on? So, but it was really nice. So also, this was another thing, is increased parent communication. I think we're doing a great job of that. Same information that was in the other slide. Then reclassification, that was another goal. That's another thing that I really think folks are doing a great job of, is Yolanda, all the ELD teachers, and just teachers in general at CUNY, just making sure, I mean, all of our curriculum is bilingual. So Mirrors and Windows has a Spanish component, TCI has a Spanish component, every curriculum we do, and even the social studies teachers are like, hey, if you don't have a book, you better give this guy a computer because it's online. So the teachers are very adamant about making sure students, in particularly English learners, have what they need to be successful. This is one of the grows, and it's the, just the attendance, right? So attendance is an issue. It's a huge issue, and it's been an issue since the pandemic. It's getting a little bit better this year, but Ms. Dunaway is the main person that does a lot of the attendance stuff, and Mr. Guzman to a certain extent, but this is Dunaway's kind of wheelhouse, and she has done a ton of work, like home visits, in-person, conferences with parents, letters get sent out, then those are the truancy letters, so the L3 letters, so there's 29 students, you know, last year that were not here hardly at all. So we really need to fix that. And that's it. So are there any questions about anything?
Thank you so much.
All right. I'm gonna leave this up here.
Wait, don't go. No, there are questions. That was just thank you.
This is the same thing that happened last time.
You're not off the hook yet. Does anyone want to go first? Because I have questions and comments.
I just have comments, so thank you for doing what you're doing. I think you have a great team. The feedback I've gotten from parents is great. People are happy. So thank you for what you're doing. I mean, it's amazing. So much good stuff going on.
No, and it is the staff. I mean.
Yeah, reclassification.
Yeah, and everyone is.
The ELAC meetings, like, it's great. So.
But it's also a lot of folks that have been there for a long time.
Yeah.
So that's it's kind of a good vibe when, you know, a lot of folks are my age.
You're all working together.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and even the new teachers too have like coming out, like the intramural stuff, the leadership activities in particular, a few years ago weren't really a thing because the pandemic, and then that first year after the pandemic, nobody was participating. Last year it started going, and this year it's like really, really kind of cool.
I don't know what you have against goats, but if you have a fiber goat, it's a fully esteemed project.
What if somebody takes?
What happened to the pig? I thought it was a pig.
No, I know, that was last year. These guys are like, okay, somebody's gonna steal the goat or steal the pig, and then we're gonna be.
Sad.
You just take it home at night, and it's okay.
If we can find a person to take the goat home.
Kim got rid of the goat.
For their grass.
Maybe you just have to a pen. No.
No, I'm like, I would rather have a goat than a pig, so I'm good with, kind of good with the goat.
I don't mean to digress, but thank you very much. And at some point, well, I do appreciate you sharing the arts, and I find it fascinating that the STEAM class is in the shop room. too. So I just see lots of potential, and just, it's still exposure. And
Yeah.
yeah, just that suite of cognitive experiences that is awesome. So thanks.
You know I'm going to have comments and a couple questions.
Yeah.
First of all, to just say, we are here at CUNA, so firstly, thank you for hosting us each month. We are in your school, so wanted to say thank you for that. I do want to make it to the farm, and I do think a goat would be awesome if you could figure out some way to not get it stolen, because they're really cute.
Oh, I'm surprised the chickens are still there.
Yeah, that's
Just saying.
chickens. Yes,
So
chickens too.
I'm been proved wrong on the chickens.
And I also want to just say overall, with there's so much improvement, like to just say over the past couple of years that you've been here and how much change has happened. Like, good news doesn't always get the headlines, but the work that you're describing here and the outcomes that you're describing here for our students and our community at CUNA, it's nothing short of transformational. And I just want to say that out loud and in strong terms, because I think it's often easy to just focus as a community, right? Or as a board or staff or whatever, to focus on what needs to be fixed and what's wrong. And there's, as many people have said tonight, a lot of that to go around. But also those double-digit improvements that you've had in terms of referrals and, going down by whatever it was 40 or 50%, like bullying going down 40, 50%, ELAC attendance going up so significantly. I don't remember the numbers, but it was multifold. Those metrics are really super important. And I think that does take a lot of the culture that you described. You described it as positive, but I would also describe it more specifically as welcoming or inclusive or belonging. And I think continuing to transform the culture in that way and the structures and the practices to align with those values, as you and your team have been doing, I think it's only going to keep getting better. So I'm really grateful for that, because I think that this is such a developmentally important time for students when they are transitioning, that to think of them as that's just where they are and who they are. And sometimes it's a little, sometimes there are pimples involved, metaphorically as well as physically. But to think of them in that context of where they've been and where they're going, and even, as you described about not stressing them out about college applications per se, but starting to think about, do you want to go to college, or just putting in their minds that they could dream about going to college? Because a lot of kids in 6th grade aren't dreaming about going to college. They're just dreaming about getting through the day. But if you put that longer term kind of maybe I could dream about that, what would it take? And for them to be better prepared than they have been in the past as they make their choices about 9th grade coursework that they're requesting at the high school, at Half Moon Bay High School. I think
They're all requesting band.
Okay, well, that's a choice that, will fulfill the G requirement. But just to have them have some sense of what's going on and not be flying blind as they're setting foot into the high school, which those decisions are so critically important. If they don't get that right, I hate to say, it makes the rest of the time a lot harder through high school, because you're constantly playing catch up or you miss opportunities. So, and it just struck me as something that fits with what we've been talking about as a board in our strategic plan, and why we have our strategic plan with our 4 priorities around academic improvement, equity, sustainability, and our whole child. That's really looking at kids as a whole child, not just tactically what math do they need to learn in 6th grade, obviously is improving as well, but also as a person navigating in this world. Where are they? Where are they going? And what do we need to help them prepare? I really appreciate that too.
But I also, we have a really strong PTO and the athletic boosters that do, literally, if I put something out that's even has a misspelling on it, I get texted immediately. So, no, but to have somebody checking, people that I know care about CUNA, care about our team and whatever, checking up, making sure they're raising money for X, Y, and Z. And both the boosters and the PTO are just invaluable around the school too. So it is kind of a great sense of community with outside partners, Boys and Girls Club, ALAS. And so I think it's been pretty good. Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, I agree with that too. But the partnership's everything. We can't do everything entirely as one unit, one organization. I do have concerns, not just about for Cunha, but for like the high school as well, in terms of enrollment going down. And I'd be curious to know, because it is, so one thing I think we do need to keep a closer eye on that district-wide. And I know that was something that got called out in the FICMAT report, so maybe something to consider is bringing back monthly enrollment reports by school. We used to have that a long time ago, but I would throw that out there for staff to consider as a way to make sure that there's a check that we can know staff are looking at that every month, and that we also have the opportunity to look at that every month too, and then we can see month-to-month changes. Because I think it is interesting that there was, there is, so we know birth rates are lower for sure, like with the incoming classes, but it is also, I wonder if you have a sense for the students that were lost coming in from 5th grade or going to 7th grade from 6th grade or going to 8th grade from 7th grade. There weren't insubstantial numbers that were different there. I'm curious if you have a sense of like where those kids went. Did they like move out of the area? Did they go to private school? Are they homeschooling? Are they independent study? Do you have a sense of trends or?
I mean, not really. I mean, I've been asked this question before. I know there's kids from Seacrest or other schools that have come into Cunha.
Yeah.
I also know that there are some families that have gone to private schools, but I also know that when I first started here, there were more than 200 more students than there are right now. So
Yeah.
I don't know, all those people didn't go to a private school. So I do think it's getting harder to live here, period. So
maybe something like through pupil services, we monitor, like kind of just keep our eye on that more closely as far as trends across the district.
yeah,
where,
I mean, we can definitely start doing that.
Because birth rates, we know they're gonna, we're gonna know each kindergarten class, TK class is gonna be smaller, probably, in general. But when we're losing kids between 7th grade and 8th grade, is there a trend to why they're not there? So that'd be interesting to just hear more about at some point. So,
I think the loss is from 5th grade to 6th grade. Pretty much, because we'll get like next year there's supposed to be 170 students coming for 6th grade, but there probably won't be.
Yeah, okay.
So
I have a little comment, but a little bit to go with what Sophia said was I'm applying to college based on a class I took in the 8th grade. That is how amazing, how important middle school was. So I just wanted to comment and say it's really cool to see that bridge from 8th grade into high school of giving them those resources to choose those classes, because I'm applying to college on political science based on doing leadership in the 8th grade. That really started everything for me. So I think it's just it's a good comment. I'm just really happy that seeing that bridge, because I think it's really important, because it is really impactful. 8th grade to 9th grade, that's a big change, and it's going to impact them for the rest of high school. So it's a good job.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. As a last question?
So, a question, is there a way for a student to take both leadership and band?
Yeah, there is right now.
Okay. Because I know in the past that had been
there's
singleton conflict because if we don't have kids that start in performing arts in middle school, it's not likely to start in high school, unlike visual, painting and sculpture and things like that they can pick up in high school. It's so important to have that feeder program, and I know we're a small fish tank, but we have to seed it.
And another option too would be leadership's only a semester class.
Okay.
So possibly for that's what we do to get students to have more electives. For instance, all 7th grade electives are semester classes. Very few 8th grade classes, and the 8th grade classes are semesters, but there are some 7th grade classes that are quarters, the electives. Just so students get some kids think they like drama and then they get in there and they don't. Yeah.
But just having that sense, just knowing that our high school courses are very much dependent on those that start in the middle school.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's a conversation that it's just important to keep going.
I agree.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
I just want to say, Jeff, thank you. It's been a joy working with you and hanging out with you the last couple of years, and you're always so welcoming on campus. You're always so visible on campus. I know that the staff and students really appreciate you, as do I. I know the families do. I know Amber Starija was here earlier and has left. but I know that you are well respected there, and I thank you for being a teacher and being a teacher leader and being for the principal of Cunha Intermediate. And to your team, of course, Victor Guzman Contreras and Litzamai Dunaway, and your counselors, your teachers, your support staff. Thank you all for, I think the quote you always use, it takes a team, it's teamwork makes the dream work.
Yep.
And thank you for.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Thank you for leading your team in the way you do, Jeff.
Thanks. And if anyone wants to come and visit, please come to Cunha.
I'm gonna come see that farm.
Anytime.
I'm gonna come see that farm.
All right.
And I want to say too, sorry, it just reminded me when you mentioned about the dean, how important it is. I think sometimes it can be frustrating that our meetings run long, and sometimes the topics people are interested aren't like the first ones. And we do generally have a sequence that we follow, which is the student-focused presentations first, that would pertain to the schools always go first, the curriculum instruction goes first, and then we do like the more dry business stuff later. And that's just in terms of like our priorities are our students and our schools. But I also want to add that being able to see what's going on the ground in our schools is so critically important for those other conversations, because we can think about, oh, the dean, oh yeah, dean's really important because this is what they do, because Jeff just told us about that. And like that kind of gets us, I think, gives us the right context that we need for the numbers stuff and the more business stuff that Jesus typically brings us towards the end of the evening. So I just want to comment on that as well, as far as the kind of there is a rationale for our agenda. And it's very helpful when you can see the kinds of things that you bring forward to us.
One last thing, I know it gets your goat, but we should thank Sonia Myers for her teacher leadership to create your farm. And thank you for helping her do that.
No, Sonia did that all on her own. I just signed papers.
But I kind of feel that way about the maintenance team helping her too, but we know that she and her students really did that, and so thank you very much.
Yeah. I'll pass that on to her.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, 5B, update on California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, CASP 2022 to 2023 data results. So again, as a reminder, we do have one public comment on this, and the way that it goes is we have the presentation, then we have the public comment, and then we open for board discussion and, where relevant, votes, agreement, or whatever, approvals. So for this, we will go to Leticia for presentation.
Good evening, President Lane, governing board members, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues, and community members. So I'm here tonight, also as part of our board policy and AR 6162.51 State Academic Achievement Test. Every year after the CASP results are published, it is a requirement that as Dr. McFetridge's designee, we present this to you, the results of CASP and LPAC, to our governing board and to the public. And so I also want to stop and give a special thanks to my team, Ishael Castillo and Josefina Infanzon, who supported my team and myself with the data that's presented here tonight. It took many, many hours of analysis and reanalysis once we looked at the embargo data and then post-embargo data. But also please know that there's still California dashboard that will be released in December. So I am returning in December with a more detailed and a deeper dive into the data. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
One moment while we resolve the technical difficulty.
It was on the agenda, Rosie. Sure. Okay. Here we go. So today, I want to present and talk about our CUSD goals for 23-24 strategic plan, present a draft of the key performance indicators and how this new CASP beta is in comparison to the key performance indicators that are in draft mode, but that I presented previously. This presentation will also provide an overview of the English Language Proficiency Assessment of California, LPAC, the Smart Balance Summative Assessment in both English Language Arts and Mathematics under CASP, the California Science Assessment, as well as provide you an overview of actions and services supporting, continuing to support the growth as well as the achievement gaps. Now, I have shared this visual with you before, and it has taken various iterations. This still is in draft mode, but please know that through the review of the equity audit as well as the strategic plan, there are 4 main pillars that have seemed to be driving the strategic plan. I will be back along with our Inside Education partners to present a public hearing on the draft of the strategic plan in January for approval in February. And the goal is to align as best we can the strategic plan to the LCAP that will also be presented to you starting late winter and early spring. And just want to take some time to give you an overview of the draft pillars in our strategic plan, our priorities. The first one is focus on equity. And Dr. McFetridge leads the district and our team with always looking at equity in mind and equity of practice for our students. And so this visual here, it's a different visual that other equity, educators utilize. You've seen the baseball field with the students standing on boxes, and all are able to see the baseball game. This visual doesn't have, we want students to play the baseball game, not just watch the baseball game. So we're using this visual for right now. It may change later. So the apple here represents the academic and social achievement of our students. The ladder represents the different heights of interventions provided to our students. And this will make sure that regardless of a student's socioeconomic background, a language difference, learning difference, regardless of their background, all students will eventually be able to reach the apple, which represents the academic and social success for students. The second pillar and priority is academic improvement. And again, tonight, even though data is only one, this data presented tonight is only one data point at a certain point in time, our teams, our educators, our principals lead data conversations that's in their site to really look at various data points to see our students achieving on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And this is more of summative data presentation that we're presenting. So I do want to start off with that it is important, but it is also important to use other data indicators to determine success of students. And academic improvement, we just want to make sure that we are teaching. We want to meet the social, emotional needs of our students so that then our students can access the academic learning. The third priority is sustainability. And by sustainability, we mean environmental sustainability. Dr. McFetridge, you spoke on this earlier. Sonia Myers, I know Mr. Clinton spoke on it. Our district has received a couple of awards, our Green Ribbon Awards, so we received silver status. And again, I just want to reiterate and thank the many people that have supported the environmental sustainability efforts, Mr. Joseph Santonia, Ms. Sonia Myers, Mr. Kurt Murray, Mr. Brian Feltz, all of our science teachers, all of our educators that integrate language and science and language. We just wouldn't be able to do this without them. Again, this year we reapplied and we want Washington, D.C. to acknowledge us. So that is our goal, but we might receive a gold award We'll be back in the, we're looking forward to seeing the results of this year's Green Ribbon application that was just submitted. And again, want to thank everybody who really helped out with this application. Ishael Castillo, Josefina Infanzo, who also helps us with some of the data pieces and the visuals. Sustainability here not only represents the environmental sustainability, but also sustainability of facilities. And as you know, I know later on tonight, and Dr. Contreras has brought in many presentations on how CUSD is improving our facilities district-wide. And another area of sustainability that we talk about under this priority is the sustainability of staff. And I know our amazing Bianca Forrester will be presenting later on tonight to talk about just such amazing growth and support that she tirelessly provides around recruitment and retention. So thank you, Bianca, for that. And last but not least, fiscal sustainability. And again, Dr. Contreras has spoken to you about that priority area as well. And again, I already shared this with you. This is a new goal that has come up around the strategic plan, that it's important for us to look at the whole child and the whole child to ensure that we are building students and adults that will be well-rounded when they graduate. And I'm not going to go into this right now too much, but the umbrella represents the, under the MTSS umbrella, if you know Rihanna, one of my favorite songs, multi-tiered systems of support. So under the multi-tiered systems of support, the systems need to be clear, easily implemented, coherent, and we always need to use data to monitor if systems are working, and if they're not working, what are we doing to improve the system, to sunset the system and implement a new system, and in all areas, not just academic. And that's what the umbrella represents. The arrows represent the cycle of inquiry of continuous improvement. We are using Carnegie Foundation's continuous improvement cycle of Plan, Do, Study, Acts. Thank you, San Mateo County, who will continue to support us this year in that work. Okay, in the next slide, it was we were very happy to see when the final CASP scores came out that we are on track for 50% of our draft key performance indicators. And I'll go later. This is just a quick overview of the key performance indicators that are in draft mode, keeping in mind that we may change about maybe a few, or might edit a few of the goals to make sure that is aligned to our strategic plan once we come in January. But mainly, most of them will remain the same. But this just goes to show you that that our staff and where the magic happens, the classroom, our teachers, our intervention specialists, teachers on special assignment, our principals, our team here at the district, we're doing something right. 50% of growth is significant, and we're of the data pieces that we decided to focus on is significant. So let's go ahead and start with the LPAC overview. So in 2022, spring 2022, we had 16.33% proficient students. We had a slight decline in the scores under the LPAC, which is our language assessment that's provided to students in the fall. 1.74%. It is a slight decrease, not too significant, but as you saw tonight in Mr. Clinton's presentation, we doubled the percent of reclassified students. So the moment that we're reclassifying more students, we have more students that are performing at the lower levels. So although I have not really run the numbers, this is one factor that may affect this slight decrease. Okay, in this next slide, you will see an overview of the 4 levels of performance in the LPAC. A level 4 means a student is ready to be reclassified, and their language is approaching that of a native English speaker. And as you can see across the board, in looking at grades 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, most grades saw a significant growth. And in fifth grade, where we didn't see the growth in level 4, we saw growth in level 3. And here I just want to repeat that for English language proficiency, it takes a child anywhere from 5 to 7 years to fully acquire a language. So we are going to see students, if they meet that trajectory, reclassify. I mean, it's not a magic formula. Sometimes we've had first and second graders get reclassified. Because of the language exposure, or just that part of the brain of the child just captures language much quicker. But really, we are going to see the reclassification in this window, because that is where the 5 to 7 years of language acquisition will be. And we did circle in red that in 7th grade, we saw the biggest significant growth in English language proficiency for our students. And this is a big celebration. Again, this will be shared also at our ELACs and DLACs. And again, thanks to just the tireless effort of our teachers, of our intervention specialists, and our principals, who really in the last couple of years, and with the adoption of the new ELA ELT curriculum, are really having those conversations and talking about best practices and strategies. Our EL teachers on special assignment are actually traveling to schools, giving professional development to teachers to talk about best practices for English learners. And again, we feel that the strategies and the curriculum are helping in some of this growth. And over here, we've taken kind of an overview of the overall district ELA. And here, we had a very slight decrease, right? We had a 0.4 decrease, which is not too significant. So basically, we kind of hovered at the same performance level in English language arts overall. Keep in mind that in January, I will come back with demographic comparison, and we saw some huge gains in some of our demographics as well as particular grade levels. Next slide. Here, again, the key performance indicators. We're taking snapshots in 3rd, 7th, and 11th grade to compare performance. And similar to the data presented tonight by Mr. Clinton, again, we see overall that in 7th grade, we did have a decline in English language arts. However, another point of celebration is that in 3rd and in 11th grade, we did see an increase, a slight increase in performance in ELA. Mathematics, we had a huge increase overall as a district, 4.72%. Also wanted to mention that, again, we have such amazing math educators committed. I was a math teacher, doesn't mean that I'm biased, math and science, but I'm a STEM person. And just seeing our teachers and engaging with them last year in our math adoption was very admirable, and our students, our families are very fortunate to have such great educators that really care about the students and really want to make the best decision for our students. Our math teachers, 100% of our math teachers in middle and high school piloted 2 different curriculum, looked at curriculum, implemented best practices. Last year was the first year that the district paid for a math collaborative, similar to the science collaborative that we have. And if you know about John Hattie talks about, yes, what was said tonight by some of the comments, teachers do make the most difference in a child. But digging a little deeper, what John Hattie says is that the teaching of the metacognition of how to learn, and that connection between a teacher and a student is what makes the difference. So here tonight and seeing the changes, like what was different between 2 years ago and last year, it was the collaboration, it was teachers talking to each other, sharing best practices, implementing, coming back, implementing. This year is the first year that we will implement the new curriculum, so we hope to continue to see the growth in here. And so I was super excited to see the math growth. Okay, and then here you're going to see the math performance by grade level. And again, we'll come back and present. I'll present in January by subgroup. And again, we had some subgroups that were even 15 to 20% growth. But as you can see here, we had an increase in 4th grade, an increase in 6th grade, and a slight decrease in 11th grade. This next slide are science test results. Our science test did decline by 7.7%. And we have, could be multiple reasons. One thing is, as we talked about, the lack of science curriculum. We're very happy that we did adopt our new science curriculum in elementary and are excited to really engage in science lessons, not only during science instruction, but also integrating that with language and focusing on academic vocabulary. And the last slide is going to talk about some of the actions and services that we have supporting the work that we do. And again, I'm super grateful for our reading intervention specialist, Shannon Murray, Nicole Robinson, Rachel Sage, who is not new but returned to our district, and our ELD teachers on special assignment, Brittany Hooker and Yolanda Au, our classroom teachers, site administrators, and as I mentioned, we have hit the ground running this year. This team of fabulous educators has met us in elementary with every single classroom teacher has to review K through 3rd grade DIBELS data assessment, which is a new big lift assessment that measures literacy. And in these conversations, the groups are also talking about best first instruction, tier 1 in strategies, tier 2 interventions. And again, some of the things that we have done and we continue to do is we want to continue to support the integrated and designated ELD through data talks, through showing best first instruction, and we have the perfect team that is helping us with that. We want to continue to increase our interventions for English learners, and we are starting, and beyond Ms. Forrester and I have already talked about posting the positions in January for 24-25 so that we can hire our ELD teachers on special assignment. And we were unfortunate last year where Hatch does not have an ELD TOSA. I know that the previous principal interviewed quite a few ELD TOSAs, but then we were ready to sign the contract and they pulled away. And by the time that we got to the end of the year, it was just too late for us to hire anybody, even we had, so we want to continue to work on hiring an ELD teacher on special assignment. The third bullet, targeting family engagement on college and career readiness. I just want to give a big shout out to the DLAC that Mr. Israel Castillo held last night in conjunction with Mr. Boyson at Half Moon Bay High School. We had over 25 families participate in the DLAC, and we're actively engaged with Mr. Jerry Lopez, Dr. Jerry Lopez, and Mr. Boyson has done an amazing job with his counselors and his teacher leadership group. And they were able to present an A through G college and career readiness presentation and talk to our families about the difference between graduation and A through G. So please know that we are already making progress to making sure that all of our families are aware of the difference between A through G and graduation, and we will continue to grow our strategies to ensure that every student, should they choose, has the opportunity to enroll in A through G pathways should they choose. The last bullet here talks about expanded learning services. We have expanded after-school programs, mainly at Hatch, and we have TK at El Granada. And our goal is to continue to offer after-school services and interventions through the after-school services, but also continue to offer summer school services to avoid that summer slide for our Ed Promise students. And lastly, here's some of the next steps. We want to continue to prioritize growth in specific levels and really target those areas of growth such as science, as we mentioned, and seeing where we are decreasing and learning from what are some of the strategies that we did implement in the certain grade levels, and studying that a little bit further through our cycles of increase and data talks. We want to continue to focus on our at-promise subgroups, such as English learners, or socioeconomically disadvantaged, Hispanic, Latino, Latinx. In regards to special education, again, thanks to Ms. Martha Ladd, where we a couple of years ago were designated under, we had significant disproportionality for over-classifying Hispanic Latino boys into special education. The work that Martha Ladd and her team has done these last few years, we have gotten out of that category because now we're not disproportionately assigning Hispanic Latino boys into special education. And many of this is because of her work and her passion around English learners, and making sure that our teams of special education staff and our general education staff understands the difference between a learning disability, a language learning disability, or the fact that, or a language, the pathway of learning language, which may take 5 to 7 years. So we're really excited. We want to continue to support special education and continue to talk about those differences, that because a child may not know English in maybe 2nd or 3rd or 4th grade, doesn't mean that they may have a special disability. It may just be that that child may take the whole 7 years to fully acquire a language. And again, the fact that we're no longer under SIGDIS, that's how they call it, but significant disproportionality, it means that our teams are doing amazing work in the back end. I talked about the Plan, Do, Study Act, cycles of inquiry. We want to continue to do that more at the site level, at the district level. And we want to continue to engage our data conversations using both local data and benchmarks, both at the site that are supported by the district and benchmarks that are supported individually at every school site. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you so much. We have one public comment. I'm going to call Peter Tukowski to the podium, and then we will open for conversation. It's an item for presentation, so no decision.
Thank you for having me. See all the people with Stanford Red left. I hadn't gotten the Stanford Red memo, so I wore my Cal Blue instead. And I want to thank also the indigenous people on whose unceded land we stand. All the talk about our unused land asset made me realize we could give it back to the people from whom it was taken. I'm really happy about this presentation, to hear it, and I get 3 minutes. I thought I only had 2, so I'll speak a little slower. I join you in celebrating every single student who performed better this year than last, and I was delighted to see and hear that we are on target, and from the graphic, apparently, that our goal is to get all the students able to grasp the lowest hanging fruit. With this in mind, I thought it would be worth taking a closer look at the numbers to see exactly what on target means. Maybe this good news could even make some headlines. Now, my limited time prevents me from going through all of the numbers presented, so I just chose one data set to take a look at. It's on slide 10 if you want to have a look. And it's noted there that for 3rd grade, yes, on the English language arts slide, it refers to 3rd grade, there was an improvement of 0.79%. As an aside, I'll point out that on the same slide, a 1.45% drop for the 7th grade is described as slight, but the increase of less than 1% is on target. The results presented here differ slightly from the ones that are actually on the CASP website. I'm sure there's a good explanation for that. In any case, the differences are small enough that I don't think they bear on these comments. But if we look at grade 3, in 2023, there were 154 students tested, and by the CUSD numbers, 42.96% of them in English language arts met or exceeded the standard. In 2022, 165 students took it, and 42.17% met the standard. In other words, 3 more students met the standard from one year to the next. But we don't have all of the data. Not all of the data is available to the public, so we don't know if those 3 students who did it one year to the next were actually there the year before. It could have been 3 new students to the district. And maybe we shouldn't compare 3rd grade to 3rd grade from one year to the next because they're not the same students. So I compared 3rd grade from last year to 4th grade this year. 5 more students, 170, took the test, and 6 more students met or exceeded the standard. In other words, there is a distinct possibility that not a single student went from below standard to meeting the standard. In the best scenario, fewer than 5 did. Keep in mind that the district received tremendous amounts of money in this period to make up for learning loss. So perhaps we should not be celebrating. This should not be a cause for self-affirmation, but a cause for serious reflection about where this taxpayer money went and how our education dollars are being spent. Thank you.
Okay. Open for board questions and comments. And first I'll say thank you, Leticia.
Yeah, I do have, thanks. When we see these numbers, is there a threshold that makes it statistically significant from one group of test scores to another? Meaning, like on slide 9, it was 0.4% was down. But if you have like different size populations tested at different years, is that statistically significant?
I don't have that number, like what the definition of statistically significant, but I would say anything below 1% would not be statistically significant.
It's within a margin of error. So it's like, is it with under like 3% or 5%? I mean, the variability of the test, because you'll have one particular test, but then understanding when we present and when we share data, if we know when that percentage becomes meaningful. So again, if it's under, I would agree, under 1%, it's like, meh, it could go up, it could go down. When you start talking 7 or 10 or 18%, it's like, oh, well, maybe there's something up. But then when we have different cohorts of students being tested, and you see a big swing, is it really because of what happened that year? And is it intended to reflect on performance in the classroom of that grade, or is it a reflection of what happened 1 or 2 years before?
Or both?
Or both.
Probably cumulative. It's going to be cumulative. So I think about the statistical question a lot because, like, my past life, I was presenting clinical data where you always have a confidence interval in your brackets where you're 95% confident that here's your answer, but it's 95% chance within this range, and then that way you can really compare differences. We're obviously never going to have that because by nature this data is different. But directionally, I can say I take with a grain of salt anything less than like 3%. Is it real or not? Hard to say. It is what the numbers are, but how meaningful is it? It's hard to know. But mathematically, we can say directionally, the bigger the N is, the more significant that difference will be. So if you're looking at a difference of 5 points difference between, a number of testing 100 students from one year to the next, that's going to be less meaningful than 1,000 students 1 year to the next, because you're going to have a tighter confidence interval with a larger sample size, if you will. So if that makes sense. So in other words, when you see grade level data, big confidence interval there. Like it's going to be, the equivalent of it, because it's not exactly the same nature, because you know what the number is, but like how meaningful is it? it's a pretty wide range of what you really can interpret it is versus like this district-wide data. If you see like a 1 point or 2 point difference in district-wide data, that should be a lot more meaningful because you have a bigger sample size. So I hope that helps just from my perspective, like mathematically.
Again, I do understand how it works, but I do understand how margins of error work, but it's just something to think about when we collect the data. Maybe it doesn't show up. So but then the fact that I think it's always really important to remind folks that these are different groups of kids. So it was 7th grade last year and 7th grade this year, or whatever the spring.
And that's why I appreciate.
Or 2 years ago to 1 year ago.
That's why I appreciate like what you said, Leticia, at the beginning of the presentation. Like this is a snapshot in time, like how these kids did on that test that day, right? Which is why this is not the end all be all. This is like directional. And so I don't worry again as much about like 0.1% or 0.2 or is this here or there. Because like directionally you want to see things getting better. If they're like much better, like the one I worry about, which is like clearly a significant number some way, is 12th grade science going down almost 20 points. Like there's something happening there, and it may be a cumulative effect of like, I think about the 11th graders last year probably didn't have as much science instruction as they would have 2 years prior to that because they were in remote learning. And when you're in high school level science, it's hard to catch up because you're not repeating the same thing. Like they would have been in biology in their freshman year online, probably didn't get as much as they would have. Nor Catalina, you're one of these students. Like I'm going to say you probably didn't get as much of biology as you would have if you were in person. Therefore, if you were taking she's one of the group, right, in the 11th grade, like probably didn't have a solid foundation in biology, and it wasn't repeated at all because the next year is purely chemistry. Right. Yeah. And now you're taking AP Bio. So like this group, I think we're still going to see a little washout because of pandemic stuff for like a number of years to come. So I wouldn't expect any kind of quick turnaround based on like, we're not over the pandemic. This is like a lifetime of, addressing the needs. So I think looking at the bigger changes like that, I could think that could be interesting. And then that one too could relate to enrollment, right? Like our students, because only 2 years of science is required for graduation, are students enrolling in a third year? Is there some dip in that in the last couple of years because of the pandemic and they just are trying to graduate, right? So if I don't need it, I'm not taking year 3 junior science starts to get hard, right? So I think there are a lot of factors, or if we look at kind of things holistically, as you suggested earlier, Leticia, I almost called you Lizette. We get kind of the bigger picture. And that's why, to me, this is just one very small piece of the important, and we need to look at it, but like, it's just one day of a test.
So the story we tell with this data is really important. So these are required testing and benchmarks, and I think part of the story is, yes, we're a couple of years out of the pandemic, but it is going to take a couple more years to stabilize and make sure that for that data to be something you would want to actually use in any decisional way. It's only one piece of the whole story that you'll use to make decisions.
I'm glad we're looking at data. I mean, I'm glad that we're looking at data so much and taking it so seriously. And as Jeff said, he's making sure his teachers see it too. So I think that's kind of something we haven't really had, is everyone being on board around our data, to really look at what we're doing to see whether it's working. I think, before maybe we were kind of like, oh yeah, that seems good, but we never really pushed all that data down to everyone at the school site. So I think I've heard a lot more around that, so I think that's really important. I'm glad we're doing that. And thank you. I mean, I know this is your bread and butter, I know, so thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I do want to make a comment. I want to join the public speaker in saying that I do not think this is a sign of celebration. If we are meeting our goals, it's that we are meeting our goals of tracking and monitoring the data. We are meeting our goals of providing updated standards-based and standards-aligned curriculum in the classrooms. If we're meeting our goal, we're providing professional development to help classroom instruction improve. but the test scores don't show that. So I think it is valid to join my critical friend, Mr. Tchaikovsky. I think it is a valid point to say that we should not celebrate when fewer than 50% of our students are grade level proficient or reaching academic proficiency. I think that is fair. I think it is important as a system that one use the introspection and reflection and the Plan, Do, Study, Act Carnegie principles that you have for the cycle of inquiry. You know, to be better, you have to look at what your data is. You have to try to make sense of that with your practitioners, and you have to have theories of action about how to improve. So I think it's a valid point, and Peter, I want to thank you for bringing it up. I do think that I want to disabuse anybody of the notion that we are celebrating that data. We are celebrating, I didn't hear the word celebrating. We heard we're on track on meeting goals, and the goals we're on track on meeting are on the key performance indicators so we can monitor and track data. We are coming out of a time, also to Mr. Tchaikovsky's point, of an infusion of capital throughout the state and through the federal system for pandemic recovery. And I do want to remind the public that you're not going to see that overnight. You're not going to see that in 1 year. And the other thing I want to say is, and with my greatest respect for my colleague Catalina and her cohort and her classmates, this is a group of young people who are resilient, who are smart, who are going to do fantastic things. Bless you for wanting to be a political scientist after all you've seen. And I do not think test scores are the mark of a well-educated human being. It is a mark of one day's performance of the system. And I do want to just say my own jaundiced, cynical view of this. I do not think standardized testing in the state or in the nation are an accurate representation of the wonderful ability, tenacity, resilience, and capacity of young people who continue to impress me in what they are able to do that I was never able to do. Saying that as a father of a 20-year-old boy whose mom's raised him well and has nothing to do with me, but I often look at him and think, oh my gosh, the things he knows. So I do want to take our critical friend here, Mr. Tchaikovsky, and share his viewpoint. I do not think this is a cause of celebration. This is a cause of introspection. And when we talk about goals, these are certainly not our goals. Our goals would be 100%. But most systems in the state of California have shown flagging or barely any kind of improvement on test scores, honestly, if you looked at the comparisons. I think the big story here is there is a lot of work to do. There are improvements that need to be made in our instruction and in our testing. And on any given day, a test, people might take it seriously, may not take it seriously. It's hard to know from the test. I wish that we had other metrics, and I hope that we will have other metrics, and I think the strategic plan will show other metrics by which we can judge where we need to go, what we need to study, what we need to act upon for the benefit of the families and especially the students that we're serving. So I just want to make that point. Thank you, Peter, for making your comment.
Well, and that's kind of, it just takes so long. It's kind of hard to watch because these things take so long to change. So, yeah, there's a lot of work.
It certainly is. It takes a long time, and especially considering that there is the other thing where you could see slippage when you adopt new curriculum and practitioners, teachers have to learn new curriculum. But I do want to say, too, that there was a lot of work that's been done over the years to establish new curriculum with teams of teachers to get new curriculum that's standards-based. And basically, improvement science is about experimentation. So I appreciate also our teachers who are experimenting with new curriculum, learning new curriculum, and I appreciate our students who are learning from that new curriculum too. It does take a long time. I think that's a valid point also.
Great, thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? All right, in that case, I would suggest we pause and take a quick, maybe 10-minute break, and then we can come back fresh and happy for the next presentation. Are you making a motion? Oh, yes, I am making a motion.
I will second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
3 plus 1.
We have quorum. thank you for the break. So we are on item 5C, which is organizational charts and funding source presentation. Bianca.
Okay. Good evening, members of the public and the community, and good evening, members of the board and the superintendent, Dr. McFetridge, and our fabulous administrative assistant, Rosie Bella Costa, and our deputy superintendent, Leticia. Very nice to see everybody this evening. And Catalina, just want a special shout out to you as a senior. I know how that goes for applying to schools and colleges, and I'm thinking of you and wishing you good luck with that. So this evening, this is kind of part 3, and I apologize because last month I had the flu, so I wasn't able to join you all, and I know that the fabulous coordinator of student services, James Barnes, being the champ and amazing that he is, professional, was able to just go through the slide deck and answer most of your questions, I believe. So if there's anything that was lingering or outstanding from that time, feel free to ask me at the end. So this is kind of part 3, and this is the next iteration, which includes not just our organizational charts, but our funding sources. So make sure I got this right. So this is a key that I put together to kind of show in the boxes. So the bright green over here on the right, the left, I'm dyslexic, fun fact, is general fund, and then underneath it, you can see general fund, and then the white stuff with bond around it, and then LCAP supplemental, there's the parcel tax, thank you, Cabrillo community, Half Moon Bay community, the categorical funds and grants, thank you to all of our fabulous team members for writing those grants and for bringing those monies to bear for our students. Then we have special education funding, which is a restricted funding bucket, and I wanted to really identify the fact that it's restricted, and so that's why it's in that red. Food service fund is also its own thing, and so that's why it's in its own color. And the way that that funding operates and functions is that the district contributes to the food service fund, but it's separate dollars. And then we have our fabulous PTOs who kick in quite a bit of money for many programs across the district, and we colored those in blue. And then we'll have some stuff that is a mixture of general fund and parcel tax. And I did the best I could to kind of show you through use of different colors. I've realized there's one more slide that I didn't put a box there for, but yeah, well, when we get there, I'll explain it. Okay, so at El Granada Elementary School, you can look at the staffing here. There's a site leader, a principal, and then over here on the left, you can see that all of those staff there, and I do want to point out something here with this, because the classified staff, when I put the numbers of folks in there, that's not complete FTE, because when I'm thinking of FTE, I think of FTE. FTE for classified staff is a little different to think of, because when I think of FTE, I think of a full-time position, 1.0, 8-hour position a day, basically. And for classified staff, you can have maybe like a noon duty supervisor, and the position is a 6-hour day position. That's not an 8-hour position, and so it's a little different. So that's more about bodies, kind of a mix of bodies and FTE. And El Granada has an interesting thing because they have 3 noon duty supervisors and then somebody else who's there part-time. And that's by that person's choice. So then we have, again, the administrative assistant, clerical assistant, again, thank you, community, for the parcel tax funding, school community relations assistant, paraprofessional, behavior aides, pre-kindergarten educators, 2, because we now have 2 pre-TK classes at El Granada this year, and a health technician that is mostly assigned to El Granada. There are 15 classroom teachers. The PE teacher is 2.5 days a week funded out of the PTO funds in addition to the classroom teachers. And I wanted to just draw attention because somebody mentioned something about this. Fairlawn View, El Granada, Fairlawn View, and Hatch also have PE that is offered to their students at grades 4 and 5, which is in the contract bargaining agreement. And that person is split across 2 different sites and would show up as a regular FTE for those schools or a percentage of those FTE for those schools under general fund, not somebody that's paid out of the PTO. Then there are 2 special day classes at El Granada and 2 education specialists staffing them. 1 fabulous reading intervention teacher, another special education teacher regular, and another fabulous English language development TOSA. So I just wanted to say all of our teachers are pretty darn awesome, but I did just want to point out, to Leticia's point, the challenges in recruiting for positions, for TOSA positions in this district. And I will speak to that a little bit more later. So El Granada Elementary funding has a part-time PTO funded PE teacher 2 days a week. The reading intervention and ELD TOSA positions are funded by grants. The food service funding, as I mentioned, it's separate. The special education funds, as I mentioned, are restricted. The general fund contributes to special education funding across the district. So Fairlawn View Elementary School also has a school leader, and then you can see over here there's how it's organized. On the certificated side, there are 5 classroom teachers who are fully funded by the general fund and 1 classroom teacher funded by the partial tax. The education specialist is not a full-time position at Fairlawn View. It's a 0.5, and the grade 5 science teacher is a multi-site grant-funded position there. So Fairlawn View Elementary has a science teacher, again, that's funded through grants from the CEF. Thank you so much to the COSIDE Education Foundation. We really appreciate you. And then there's an additional 0.5 of teaching staff that's PTO funded, and that offers some science enrichment and some PE enrichment for TK through 3rd grade, separate from the general fund. And I just want to say to the Fairlawn View community, I will add a blue box to clearly denote that 0.5 PTO funded teaching staff, and I apologize to you all for the oversight, and thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Just to name it, it's the wonderful Kaya Lindberg, right?
It is absolutely incomparable, yeah. At Hatch Elementary School, we have the principal, Dr. Ashley Waggle, our assistant principal, Jose Campos, both still new to us, and very glad to have them on the team. And I just want to kind of draw your attention over here to the certificated staff. There are 16 and 0.5 regular classroom FTE, full-time teachers, and then that are funded directly from the general fund, and then 5.5 additional staff are funded through partial tax. So I just think that's important to point out. There are 2 reading intervention teachers, but one of them's not entirely full-time, and then we have the English language development TOSA position, which is currently vacant. So we have a position there, and I did just want to take a minute and slow down here and speak to that, because Israel Castillo, Leticia, myself, Jeff, we've all been trying to recruit for these TOSA positions, and these positions fill, they need to be filled. We have a duty. We can't fail to staff a core classroom. If you have 25 kids who need a teacher every single day, our obligation to those families and those children is that we're going to staff that classroom before we're going to staff our ELD TOSAs or our reading intervention specialists. It just has to be our priority. We owe that duty of a basic education to every kid. And we take that seriously, of course. So we've had these positions posted. We've done heavy recruiting for them. And for whatever reason, we've been unsuccessful in filling them, but Israel was successful in getting me this fabulous woman. I'm literally at my dog's vet this summer interviewing her on FaceTime. I offer her the position contingent upon, and without, because the rest of the team wasn't around, and I just knew that they'd be very well pleased to see this person come on board, so I took a leap of faith that Leticia and the incoming principal and the leaders and teachers at Hatch would trust me. And then, of course, I said, here's the caveat. We really need for you to check with your school district and see whether or not they will allow you to come out of your contract, because otherwise, I can't offer you this position in good faith. It's a violation of the CTC Accords, and you have to report for that. There's a whole provision of the CTC rules. So that she thanked me. She got back to me a few days later, and she said, "Oh, I'm so sad. They won't let me out of my contract. They said they'd post for the job if they can find somebody to fill it." So we went through that. And it was heartbreaking to her and to me, and for our community, it's a loss. But I did keep her cell number, so come January, I know several of us will be reaching out and hoping that she'll be interested in applying for a position here. I also did want to point out the work that we can continue to do to grow our own with this regard. We have some really fabulous core teachers who might want to take on some additional duties or try something different and become TOSAs. And so trying to coach them up and help them to envision something different for themselves, because I'm pretty confident I can backfill their positions in the event that I know in January and February that they're interested in sliding into a TOSA role. Then I can post for that, I can recruit for that, and then I can fill that position in a reasonable timeline. But when you get to June 30th, it's too late. So the Hatch Elementary funding has a clerical assistant and 5.5 teacher FTE funded by the parcel tax. The reading intervention teachers are funded through the LCAP, and the kinder movement teacher is PTO funded. Kings Mountain, you can see here, there's quite a bit that is funded by the parcel tax and grants. They have 1.5 classroom teachers, parcel tax, and 0.5 PTO funded, just core classroom teacher. And you can see that PE teacher multi-site and that science teacher multi-site 0.2. Those are enrichment. So I really want to point out that several Kings Mountain Elementary School positions are funded by the parcel tax, including the administrative assistant, the custodian, the lead teacher, and that 1.5 FTE of classroom teacher. And then we've got the PTO kicking in an additional 0.5 of a teacher FTE, which is quite a lot for a PTO to contribute. So Cunha Cunha Intermediate School, and thank you so much to Jeff Clinton and his amazing team for their work there. Just could not be more happy with the transformation that's happened on this campus. I think we're all really delighted to have this incredible leadership team doing this incredible work on behalf of our families and students here in this district. So I wanted to point out that the Dean of Students previously had been general funded, and we were able to secure another grant. It is the Learning Communities for School Success Program grant. It's called LCSSP, and it comes out of the grant monies. It initially came out of Proposition 47, Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, and then in 2016, the LCSF's grant was established by the Prop 47 kind of commission that grew out of that. And what that grant money is to be used for is for evidence-based, non-punitive programs and practices to keep the state's most vulnerable students in school. So you heard Jeff talk about the restorative practices going on at Cunha. Victor Guzman Contreras came to us as an educational leader deeply steeped in the belief, foundation, and practices of restorative justice. He knows that stuff inside and out. And he brought that program to Cunha. He has transformed everything happening at Cunha from start to finish with that work for our students. And those are the kinds of researched, evidence-based practices that we need to be employing to keep kids in schools. They need to be welcoming spaces and welcoming places for our most vulnerable learners. And we need practitioners such as Victor and Jeff and all the teachers and the leaders in this district really lockstep doing that work in order to create those kinds of school communities where our kids feel safe, welcome, and seen. It's vital. I also want to point out of the incredible work that just one more little bird walk highlight, if you'll allow me, please, about the assistant principal, Litsa May Dunaway, because again, with the needs that we're seeing post-pandemic from our students, what we see is that it requires more staff to meet those needs. And sometimes that staff, so long as the administrators are focused in the right way on the school site campuses, can be doing a bunch of that work. So that work that's happening with respect to improving our disproportionate outcomes vis-a-vis who's chronically absent from school, who doesn't feel like they're belonging to that school, is being done by James and by Litsa May in particular right here at Cunha. And it really does have to be a team effort in order to get kids back in school. Data show that is really arduous work. It's entrenched. I know Martha and her team have been working on that as well. It requires an all hands on deck approach. So I did just want to kind of point those things out. So Jeff, thank you for your leadership. Since you're here tonight, I'm talking a lot about Cunha, but I really appreciate you, Amy, and Aaron, and Jose, and Alyssa, and Jeff, and Deanna, and everybody. So, Cunha Intermediate School funding, we have our Dean of Students, and now we have this new grant. And so, through the business office, Jesus and Jennifer are going to be doing braiding of funding in order to pull monies, you supplement the general fund and offset that with grant funding. And then we do have one of our school counselors, and Jeff talked about the vital work that they do in terms of creating a sense of belonging in place, as well as the work that we have ahead with the A through G. And one of those counselors is funded through the parcel tax. So thank you again, Half Moon Bay community. So Half Moon Bay High School, we have Andy Boyson and Deanna Tower and David Jones, and that team is doing very well and very well established now. In that student success advisor position, it's kind of a combination between that and a teacher, and we have a teacher on site who kind of stepped up into that role part-time, but that teacher is also carrying quite a heavy student load, and so that is all grant funded. And you can see that the clerical assistant 2 at the high school is funded both through the general fund and through the parcel tax. So I just wanted to point that out. So we have 0.8 FTE is LCAP funded, and of our teachers there. The high school counselors are completely funded through the LCAP. The student success advisor is grant funded. The library technician and registrar are funded by the parcel tax. And our CTE coordinator, the SIGTIG coordinator position, is also 100% categorical grant funded. At Pilarcitos, we have the district office support. That's me, Director, Pupil and Personnel Services. And then we have James Barnes, the Coordinator of Student Services and Special Projects, and Pilarcitos Alternative High School Principal. And so his funding is coming from the general fund, and some of it we're going to be braiding through this new grant, because again, he's going to be leading the district-wide initiatives around chronic attendance, because that's part of what Student Services does. And I did also want to point out that we're braiding some of the funds for the Cunha Dean also to be LCAP'd. So I apologize, because I realized that my color scheme was a little off. I couldn't get an orange one and a yellow one and a gold one and the green. So maybe I should have tried harder, I don't know. But yeah, so that's where we are with Pilarcitos. And the Pilarcitos Principal / Student Success Coordinator, as I just mentioned, is general funded and this newly awarded grant. And then there's a Community Relations Liaison that's paid by the LCAP that helps out at Pilarcitos. The La Costa Adult School, the director of the La Costa Adult School reports directly to the superintendent. And you can see this is some pretty big staffing shifts from how it was before. Currently, to the point that someone made earlier tonight about what a robust program this is, people said to me, well, what's the FTE on their classroom teachers? And I couldn't really answer that because there are 12 different people, but they teach a couple, maybe 2 nights a week or maybe 3 nights a week for a couple of hours. So it's not really seen as FTE, although we do see a move from the California Department of Education and the state to move them to FTE. And if people are in a position for a certain amount of time, new legislation beginning in 2024, they're there for 75% of the school year, they become permanent. So I will have to start thinking of them as STE. So the La Costa Adult School funding is entirely separate from TK through 12th grade program funding. I wanted to really highlight that point. It's essential. If you'll remember from my previous presentation, the state created a dedicated funding stream for adult school education programming needs, and it's entirely separate. Then we have the Educational Support Services Department, and here we have the Director of Educational Support Services, and that would be my fabulous colleague Martha Ladd over here, and the Specialized Program Coordinator, so you can see here. So the Specialized Program Coordinator Mental Health is funded through the LCAP. The SLS interns, the Medical Health Coordinator, and 2 of the health technicians who serve across multiple sites are grant funded. The rest of the department is funded through restricted funding and contributions from the general fund to special education. Then the Pupil and Personnel Services Department, that's me. Then we have James Barnes over here, administrative assistant. And then we have our sub-caller, but she's way more than just a sub-caller. She handles all employee absence and everything else. She's taking on employee hiring and onboarding and posting of positions, which has helped us to remove unnecessary barriers to hiring and speed up the hiring process to have somebody else there, a personnel technician and an office technician, also under personnel. So the coordinator of student services, again, just wanted to point out that this person's funding will be braided to include some of this newly acquired LCSSP grant. Now we have the educational services, curriculum and instruction side of the house. And that's led by our fabulous Dr. Leticia Batia, our deputy superintendent there. We have a student data systems coordinator position, and that person is funded in part through partial tax and through the general fund. And then the coordinator of instruction, categorical grants, programs, and specialized programs, community engagement, early childhood and special services coordinator. So that includes, that's Rosalva's position, and includes migrant ed, pre-EC, all those aftercare programs and all that. And then the director of ed services, that would be Martha Ladd. So the coordinator of instructional categorical grant programs and specialized programs is funded by the LCAP. And then the community engagement, early childhood and special services coordinator position is all funded through grants. And it's all early childhood money, separate, again, separate funding, different funding stream. Okay, so this is Rosalva's team. And you can see everybody we've got there. She's got migrant education advocate, expanded learning supervisor. There are expanded learning professionals, 6 of whom are at Hatch Elementary and Eagle Club. Part of their day is spent in Eagle Club, and part of their day is spent supporting classrooms during the day. Kindergarten and TK both. So community engagement, early childhood, and special services are funded all from that grant. Then on the business services side, we have right here, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, Dr. Jesus Contreras. And this is his kind of overview. So the maintenance, operations, and transportation supervisor position is mostly general fund and also now partially bond. And the accounts payable, receivable technician, that position is funded through parcel tax and general fund. And the bond construction manager position is 100% bond money. So the construction manager and administrative 4 positions are bond funded, but I want to just kind of clarify here because I was asked about it. Only part of so the administrative assistant works in the MOT department most of her day, but she also does some stuff for the bonds on the side. And I could have made that a little bit more clear with the white and the green. I apologize. The systems administrator for tech is funded by the parcel tax. The student data systems coordinator is funded by the general fund and the parcel tax. The accounts technician is funded by general fund and parcel tax. And then looking here at the MOT department. So here you can see the administration, the upbraided funding there with the green and the white box. So maintenance and transportation supervisors paid by general fund and bond. Administrative assistant 4 is paid by the general fund. And then there's a portion of her day that's spent on bond activities, and that portion of it is covered by the bond. Under technology, again, the systems administrator, student data coordinator positions are funded through the parcel tax. And then we're looking at the executive cabinet. We have the superintendent with the director of La Costa Adult School, the administrative assistant to the superintendent. That would be Rosie here. And then this is the reporting structure. Director of Pupil and Personnel Services, deputy superintendents, and then the director of Education Support Services. So that's the reporting structure. The La Costa Adult School Director is paid entirely from adult school funding, and the Education Services Director is paid entirely from special education funding. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you so much. That was a lot.
It is a lot.
It's a lot. I have some, but I'm fine to open up. This is really great. Thank you so much. It is extremely helpful. I think this is the first time we've seen the org chart. I know we were trying to do it like once a year, but I think it's the first time we've seen it with the funding source linked, which is very informative. I think we can see basically there's a lot of colors there besides green. Green is really like a portion of it. So that's really helpful to know and to see. And it's just helpful to see like by school, the details. I do think it would be helpful to the point about the FTE piece that if we can get numbers there, we could probably simplify, and if it's a 1, just not show it. We'll just assume it's a 1 if there's no number there. But for the case, like you mentioned, like a yard supervisor, if it's a 6-hour per day job, like I would consider that a 0.75 FTE because it's not a full-time, it's just by definition, it's not a full-time position. So I think for me, it will be helpful to see like in the next iteration of this or whenever you post, I think you probably usually post this to the website like on an annual basis. It would be helpful for me to see like, if it's 1, I'll just assume it's no number. If it's like a 15 classroom teachers, like I'll assume it's like 15 FTEs. And if it's like a partial FTE, then because the job because they work part-time and it's 2 people, however it is, that if it could be translated to FTE, I think that would be helpful, because then we can think about like hourly rates, how much the impact is from that hourly rate, which is generally pretty low if it's an hourly worker anyway, but it just helps kind of give the full picture. And similarly, I think if there are any positions there are not employee positions, but they're contractor positions, like, and it sounds like the adult school teaching positions currently are more like contractor positions. If we can somehow designate those as non-employee, that they're more like, if it's like a stipend type job, like if we can distinguish those from employees, I think that is helpful in terms of thinking about just how permanent they are and how much they change over versus, because it's more like by semester, I guess, whatever the coursework that is needed at the adult school, you hire what you need, right? As opposed to like, you always have the stable staff. If that makes sense. So maybe just somehow designate those in any other category that's like a contractor or contract. This could be helpful.
So we do have a number of contractors who are like speech therapists, virtual, and like we have a number of contractors through the Ed Services Department. And they are mostly not on the slides because they're not our positions. I mean, they're like services that we're contracting for because we have we were unable to secure somebody in person, in which case the position should live with us, or we understand that they're like a temporary situation and we were unable to secure somebody in person. But I see your point about that, and I can do some
thinking up
about how creative, like maybe there could be a slide that is dedicated to what all the contracting services are and what the percentage is. So that it says kind of like this is contracted out through Ed Services. We could add a kind of an addendum slide to that maybe.
Yeah, we could. I think that's a good point. Like think about how because then it becomes like a continuum of services. Like sometimes it's just a one-off contractor, like a person teaching an adult ed class, but then it's like a firm that provides a service. It gets a little slippery slope. So maybe just keeping it to contractors or to employees probably makes more sense.
And to your point, I think also, because it's not lost on me, we all hear everything. It's a small community and everybody in this community cares about kids. So I think we hear a lot, and oftentimes we hear folks who are not super happy about the fact that we might have virtual speech language pathologists, for example, which is increasingly the reality of the profession. It's really hard to recruit for those folks. So maybe to your point, I think maybe if I add an addendum to this and put that stuff on there, it won't appear that we don't offer those services and we don't have those services. It'll just clarify how those services are coming through to our kids.
Yeah, I think that's great. More of like a qualitative description at the end of like, we use contractors and outside services for the following speech pathology, blah, 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 blah.
Totally. We can do that.
Yeah.
I'm
Do you
happy
end
to
up
do
going
that.
down too much of the rabbit hole there? Because we also contract, schools and special ed services, and I mean, if you look at our warrant report, there's so many charges.
A lot of services, that's why,
a lot of services.
Something to think about,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's something to think about, how we explain that other part, because this really is more employee focused, so that might be like a completely separate piece. Yeah.
But I know it's true, because there is a little bit of a, because if I start going through the contractors, then here's the thing, this is with the thinking, and I'll just be transparent and just take 20 seconds, and we'll take this back to the drawing board, and I'll move forward, whatever, our fabulous superintendent, Dr. McFetridge, wherever this conversation lands with you all. But it opened up the conversations around like, well, you got all these athletic people who are coaches and doing all these these different, there's a lot of different categories of people who are contractors on school sites and offering services to kids. And so it was tricky to figure out where to draw the line. But I do see your point with respect to, so I think, again, I'll leave it with our capable superintendent and we'll figure out something that will make sense.
I think it might make more sense actually logically to do this departmentally. So if you're having special education present, You could talk about the services that we are contracting for remote or contractors coming in, or when you're talking, we could have a special athletics thing to talk about coaches, but it might make sense to fall out of this one.
Yeah, I think it's good, like, to think about how we better understand those other services that are being provided that kind of fit into here, but not exactly. They're not an org chart, so I think it makes sense, like, kind of, you wouldn't put them on the org chart, but we should probably be having some deeper understanding of all that stuff, because it is, I mean, that starts to feed into the position control stuff and services and all that stuff. So,
But to Sean's point, I mean, to your point, to everything, they don't really belong in my org charts.
yeah, it's not an org chart, yeah. So maybe we just highlight the teachers on it's just the teachers in the adult school were just the anomaly.
Yeah.
Maybe those get asterisks.
But the folks who are our staff, who are maybe working 75.75 or 0.25 or point something, we can do some stuff around that.
Yeah, I think
I'm
having
sure we
FT
can do that.
numbers I think that's important for everybody, because you could still do that for CSEA, for hourly workers as well.
Understood.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I just want to say that I was so glad to see this. This is information I've wanted to know for a long time and have this kind of detail, and I know we got some before, but to see it in the detail of having the money stream coming with it, that's amazing to me. And, I think sometimes, people in the community are like, what's going on? What's happening? And it's here now. I mean, like I said earlier, I printed this out. I'm going to keep it in my bag, because this is what we're paying for right here. I did have one comment about when you're talking about the clerical assistant, the subcaller, and you were saying how much stuff she did. Is clerical assistant the right word for a person doing that? I mean, I feel like I've heard that for other clerical assistants as well, that they're not really doing that. They're doing like other kinds of stuff. So I don't know. That was just a comment I had.
The answer is a resounding no. And we have ratified our agreements this evening. You all have approved on the consent agenda the hard work that went into negotiating with our CSEA Unit 485 last year with respect to this. So I look forward to making some amendments to the org chart in accordance with some of that that we worked with our CSEA partners to do. Because there's just absolutely no question that the work required is well and above and beyond a clerical subcolor. Yeah, thank you for surfacing that. I appreciate that. Fabiola is some kind of fabulous.
Well, thank you for doing this. I mean, for me personally, this is super helpful. And, I think that I hope the budget committee will, like this as well, to look at it. And it really lets us, get down to the nitty gritty of what's happening and, who's all working here and what they're doing.
My pleasure. I think it makes everything that we have to do with respect to everything that you all be talking about for the rest of the night easier and clearer. And it's good to have a team working together, all kind of yoked in the same direction. It's nice. It has a good feeling about it. I did want to point out that there are also, because it was raised to me on email, there are still there are technically still 2 vacancies at Cunha, but Jeff and I are working. We have a plan. Everything is happening behind the scenes to make sure that that's all buttoned up. It's just, there's a lot of moving parts. And then I will give the community an update on the Hatch vacancy for the immersion teacher there. That person will be here tomorrow. And will be in the classroom as soon as the CTC certificate of clearance and the other stuff is pushed through. I've already made sure that we've lined up all of our ducks to backdate credentials. We're on all moving on all systems go for that. So
that's great.
Yeah.
The other thing I just forgot to say was, I know that this took some collaboration with your coworkers. So I mean, I know there was a lot. I think I feel like this looks simple, but I feel like there's a lot of work behind it. So
there's a ton of work behind the scenes, and Jennifer was really, she and Jesus, and all this work here, all this work for this funding source and that funding source, and then clarifying with Leticia's department around which grant and this grant and that, because there's a lot of different funding sources. And I think it was helpful for all of us too. Going through the exercise of doing something like this is also really helpful for our team internally.
Yeah, and I think about the FCMAT report and how position control was one of the key elements that was highlighted, in the initial report a couple years ago, and how we were not in a position at that time to do it because we got the FCMAT report 2 months later. We're looking at each other like, we're closing schools. Oh my gosh, like it's March 2020. And then like we're in full pandemic emergency mode. Then we're another year full pandemic recovery mode, still a little bit of that in year 3. And then you came on board somewhere within there, and we made that crazy 1 position, 2 positions, thank goodness. And now we have both you and James being able to focus on those areas that you do and really provide that service to our staff and to our students. And we've never had a year start with as few vacancies as you did, you did this year, you all as staff did this year. And I had made the comparison previously to San Francisco, which, was struggled this year with a 20% vacancy rate. And I think we had like 2%. So I think it's really we needed to have this dedicated staff here to do it. Then we needed to have the most urgent priority addressed, which was fill the seats. And now in the meantime, you were doing the stuff that Mary Beth described earlier in terms of cleaning up HR processes, all that other stuff. It was really great. Actually, I'm gonna watch your thing again because it's you forget how much stuff happened because we keep moving on to the next thing. And now we're ready because you've laid the groundwork with staff, with payroll, with business services, which is part of, I guess payroll's included in that, but with the budget team, with Jennifer, around getting really true business position control and implementing that tool that the county has that we can use, partnership within staff, and we can really get a better handle on it, and all these additional extra costs that were called out in the report as well, where are the stipends going, even the stuff that you mentioned today. I was well, some of it I don't really even know about. We just need to be able to see that, and then we need to be able to be more thoughtful about where all of that funding is going, and that might, to be honest, ruffle some feathers as well. I think there would be some times where people aren't happy about sometimes transparency. It sounds like a good thing till you don't like what you see, but we need to go through that process. As Leticia said earlier, with regards to with regards to student outcome data, it's the same thing with where are these different pieces going. I think will be really important, and I'm really thrilled to see that we're making those stepwise progress to being able to do that.
Yeah, thank you. And I do just want to say, to your point, Mary Beth, when you were saying personnel is cleaned up, I'm there's a lot more work to be done. And we've had to have a relentless focus on staffing. That is the only way to staff. You have to be relentlessly focused on it and call people in the night and on the weekend and on the Sunday, and you have to focus, and that needs to be your whole reason for living. So when you're staffing a school district, that needs to just be your reason. And it's your why. Your why is because you want every single kid in that community to be met by a credentialed teacher worth them, who cares about them, as so many of almost all, I would venture to say that all of our fabulous teachers do. I mean, our teachers in this district really care about the kids, and it's part of the reason why I want to work here. Part of the reason why I like being here. But that's my why. I want to make sure that all of those classrooms are met by those fabulous practitioners. And it requires a relentless focus. So I do just want to say there's more work to be done for sure. With respect to your question or comment about stipends, please know that coming for your approval will be stipend funding in the future. That is another project for cleaning up.
No, that's really great. And one detailed question about the bus driver expenses and anything relating to transportation. I know there was something, this is probably more of a Jesus question, because I know there was recently a bill passed that the state will reimburse, I think it's 60% of the expenses for home to school transportation.
Yes.
Is that somehow being rolled in at the appropriate time?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me? I thank everybody for the long night, and I really appreciate everything and the comments, and I hope I didn't just go too quickly through the presentation. It's hard to know with 29 slides how much to just roll and how much to slow down.
We'll always ask questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bianca.
So, okay, I really
Thank you.
appreciate everybody here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And take Mr. Clinton and yourself home.
For being so environmentally sustainable and carpooling. Okay. So next item is 5D, Cabrillo Unified School District Fiscal Update and San Mateo County Office of Education Fiscal Oversight. We do have two public comments. So after the presentation, I will read the public comments that were submitted electronically. And this is just for information.
Your mic, Dr. Contreras.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent. We do have two items related to our fiscal status tonight. One of them is an ongoing month after month fiscal update that we are required to bring to the board so that as we move through our improvement of our finances, the board is kept abreast, and it's also an opportunity for our fiscal monitor, the San Mateo County Office of Education, to address issues with the board. So tonight, in the update that we are bringing to you, we are reminding you that the San Mateo County Office of Education is responsible for monitoring all the fiscal solvency across all the districts in the county. And that due to our challenges, the San Mateo County Office is exercising its oversight, and we are looking specifically at our addressing our deficit spending, and most specifically to see that we meet our 3% required reserve, and that we look at the issues related to a declining enrollment and how to adjust ourselves so that come back from the salary increases that exceeded our revenue projections. And of course, always that notion of going from basic aid to LCFF status that brings its own challenges. Going back during the summer, the San Mateo County Office of Education issued a lack of going concern letter to the board, and in it, it was very clearly that a solvency and fiscal stabilization plan needed to be developed, and we'll call it fiscal stabilization plan for short. And with that, the county office provided us with a fiscal expert that has been working with the district for the development of the fiscal stabilization plan and looking at all the measures that we would need to take to bring ourselves to fiscal health. So part of that, it was the FICMAT, the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, that report which was brought to the board at the October meeting after having had been an on-site visit on August 29th and 30th. So we have the report, we have our steps to go through. And what we have done thus far, or we continue to do, to meet our fiscal stability. One thing is that a fiscal expert that has been assigned to us, Mr. Kevin Bultema, has been with us, meeting weekly and working with us towards the achievement of the fiscal stabilization plan. That we have looked into our budget and see what non-recurring expenditures that could be moved and adjusted So we can identify those expenditures and then adjust them, and making sure that if we could charge some of those that were sitting in general fund, and we could charge them legally, for the purpose of those fundings, to a categorical resource. We came to the board and said, can you allow us to do that? It's allowable. Let's do it. And we have done some of that. And Jennifer, who has done an incredible job at keeping track of all this identified savings for 23-24, and we are looking on 2 years out, 24-25 and 25-26, that will be coming to you in December in the multi-year projections, that part of which Kevin has been working with us and Jennifer doing this work and getting there. So I would like to tell you also that our administrators and district level administrators continue to look at our challenges and then see that we can bring some savings, some reductions and some savings. Our HR has looked at all our hiring practices and update the position control so that we can together, HR and at the business office, we can look into what the staffing is going to be in 24-25. We're starting that right now. And similarly, I think it has been expressed before in the curriculum and instruction department, we are reassessing what the nature of the stipends and reassessing what extra pay, what remunerations are being put out there now. Can they be optimized? Can they be redirected? So all and each and every one of the members of cabinet and out there in our schools is how we are optimizing the spending of those one-time dollars that we received. And I think Leticia brought also to the board the nature of the grants that we received. Bianca has brought you the budget in a different picture, saying these are the people and this is how they are paid. Today you saw how the parcel tax is paying for some of those positions. So as we continue to go through this, I meet regularly with our members of our cabinet, and then we look at all the different different reductions and savings that we could possibly achieve. And we look into those to put them into the fiscal stabilization plan. That's the other item that we are asking to you. So with the goal of lowering that 2.8 million negative fund balance that we brought to you at the budget adoption, and working on all of those fronts to bring reductions and savings through the fiscal stabilization plan to achieve a better picture so that we can get to continue figuring out what else we are going to be doing so that we can adjust our staffing, as Bianca was talking about, and align it to our declining enrollment. As we do that, we will be then looking at other ideas that the Budget Advisory Committee could be bringing, and we're brainstorming with them to see what different functions that we take could be modified, could be re-engineered, could be rethought. So that we will continue to meet with them, and we have some plans to bring to you. We have provided them our expenditures for the 22-23 school year by function, and then we still need to get in there over the next few weeks and brainstorm and figure out what of those functions could be modified and how we could get some of those reductions and savings to the fiscal stabilization plan so that we could finally get ourselves in the culture of a frugal, and frugal means having it all, but within our means, so that we don't continue to run our deficit spending. Just one thing that I wanted to clarify is that Bianca brought you in red all of our expenditures, and she called it they are restricted revenue. It is restricted revenue, but just want to remind the board that for the special education, the general fund gets a contribution to cover those that it is not coming, within the resources of special education. Similarly, that is the case also in a smaller scale for our food services. So those are that loop back to the general fund. So continuing with this goal that we get a fiscal stabilization plan, which is part of what is required of us, that it is the next item is to present to the board a plan that we would be asking you to, that we bring to you for approval, and that we continue working, bringing regularly this item, fiscal update every month, letting you know what has happened and what else we are getting done to see that we continue the relationship with SMCOE for them to exercise their oversight and for us to come up with a plan that it is going to be getting us into good fiscal health. And along with that is the implementation of those things that were brought forward by the FICMAT report. And most importantly, as Bianca said, we continue to work with our administrators to look into the 24-25 staffing mechanisms that will be commensurate with the number of students that we expect to have in our school. And we'll continue to work on identifying and implementing any operational savings so that we can restore our fiscal health. As we look into this, we want to always welcome any ideas, as it was expressed earlier, that any functions that we currently have that we might do without or modify to do with, but that it would be costing less dollars, and that we could get to abate our deficit spending. That it has been going on for some years, but now we need to really get to this plan that is required of us, and our fiscal monitoring presence of the San Mateo County Office of Education will require that we do. So with that, any questions about the update on the fiscal update?
Thank you so much, Jesus. Before we go to questions, I'm going to read the two comments from that were submitted online for this topic. The first one is from Sarah Neal, parent and PTO board member. Thank you for the opportunity to share tonight. After October's board meeting, I read the FICMAT's fiscal health risk analysis. I was shocked and appalled. Standard business practices not being followed, deficiencies previously identified left unaddressed, common sense steps like meetings with department and school leaders to gather input on budget needs are not happening, et cetera, et cetera. Tonight's agenda appears to show steps district staff are taking as required to address concerns identified by the county. I would like to know what steps this board will take to ensure that CUSD is following best practices using industry standards and common sense steps when planning, implementing, and tracking their budgets. How are you going to ensure that the school district you are tasked with overseeing meets the expectations of not only the county, but also the parents, employees, and community? It was hard to choose what topic to address tonight, so I'll wrap it up by mentioning the recent water shutoff at Farallon View was unacceptable. 2 districts struggling over who is right, and our students, teachers, and staff suffer the consequences. It doesn't matter who was at fault. Please ensure it doesn't happen again at any site. Winter is coming, and our community would like to know what planning and preparations are taking place to ensure staff, teachers, and students are not left in the dark again. Please ensure that CUSD takes a proactive approach with lessons learned from last year's multiple power outages so that all schools on the coast will be safe learning environments with basic necessities, water, power, heat. Last-minute planning equals more money spent. Finally, please listen to the community. We are asking you to support our teachers. Any school district's most valuable asset is its teachers. Find the money to invest in and support your most valuable asset. Thank you. Next item, next comment from Kendra Holland, Mama. Good evening, my name is Kendra Holland, and I'm an overcommitted CUSD parent with a Hatchie and a Cunha Cub. CUSD is a district I've felt proud of and defended, but what I am currently witnessing is indefensible. This fall, I have the privilege of volunteering in a classroom nearly every day. I've grown to really care about these students. They are bright, challenging, very verbal, and a ton of fun. This class is within California state class size requirements, but very large. It was created when 2 classes were combined. We hear it was a staffing issue, but 1 teacher is cheaper than 2, so it's more likely a financial issue. In this class, there is a student who experienced terrible abuse from one of their classmates. It did not happen on campus. It did not happen during school hours and was dealt with through the appropriate parties. However, the victim is not over it. And because of our district's bleak financial situation, this student is forced to attend school in the same small, cramped classroom as their abuser day after day after day. So imagine my fury when I learned that the Cunha construction settlement could have been added to the general fund and instead was put in a new fund, one without oversight, and is being used to explore workforce housing. You are putting construction ahead of kids. You are putting legacy projects ahead of creating a safe place for our current students to learn. I urge you to please consider every penny in our budget and make the difficult cuts necessary and reprioritize our students. Remember, our guiding principle is every student every day, not every student when we have the funding. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we open for discussion for this item. Questions or comments?
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, I'll thank you, and I'll thank you for all the detail too, just clarifying the process and the next steps. I think that's very useful for us to see and probably for others to see as well. It occurred to me as you were speaking the kind of minor point about the general fund contribution to special ed and to food services that might be helpful to show in the org charts as well, because I think that's kind of the intention of the org charts, I guess, the funding stream. So maybe that's something to consider for Bianca to consider. I know she left, but for you guys to pass along to her as a consideration. I also would be curious around how, like, you're thinking we want to stay in touch and stay up to date on the progress that you are making in the FCMAT. They're not recommendations, but the opportunities that the FCMAT report identified. I'm sure some will be higher priority than others, and some will, be done, probably are done already, and some will take months, if not a longer time. So do you have thoughts around that, or maybe I could just make that a comment, say, think about it, and think of if it fits into this monthly report, or a periodic update, or what you guys think?
Well, there is going to be a periodic update and a requirement that we have a fiscal update every month. So I think it can be brought up within that presentation. Certainly. And I also think that Bianca Forrester could certainly come and will come in months ahead when we are required to staff to enrollment. You saw in the last presentation that she was unable to attend and present of class size ratios, where our secondary class size ratios or our enrollment at our secondary is smaller than our contractual class size guidelines. And so there are going to be some difficult choices ahead. And I think that could be integrated within the HR presentations for reductions in particular kind of services. And I think it could be certainly brought up in Jesus's work. I mean, the FCMAT findings in particular were to stop the use of the consultant that people have spoken about earlier, that Jennifer Marsh as fiscal director, and with her training, it was recommended that we no longer use that other consultant, which was something that was sort of a legacy from before our time that was continued. That's one savings. And then the other two was about certainly position control. I think Bianca can present on that. Jesus can present on that. That's an interdependent function between HR, payroll, and the business services department. I certainly think we could present on those things.
In the FCMAT report, there were several other minor things relative to that. Those were like the big three things that were identified that probably weren't like some periodic discussion, but it might be for the next, I don't know, several months or whatever, till things are sufficiently resolved with the bulk of things in the FCMAT report. Even just having like a listing of the items in the FCMAT report, because it's more than just those three things. Like there are a lot really super easy minor things that you've probably already done. You can just say, like, for this item, the status is it's done, completed. For this item, it's in progress. Like just even like a status, in progress, on track for end of 2024, whatever. So we have some sense of like where those are going. I think would be very helpful.
You recall the report is organized in domains.
Yeah.
So there are 20 different domains in the FCMAT report, and each and every one related to specific functions of the fiscal management. So we can report around those domains, which are, and of course about the summary of findings that were referred to, those three first, and then. But I will be working with Bianca, for example. We have already said that in November we're going to be starting to get preliminary number of sections to our schools based on the number of students that we are projecting to get to have next year. So that's part of the what will be on the ongoing work that we will report to the board. And,
I do want to say too that when we talk about enrollment and staffing to contractual class size guidelines, which is an efficiency measure that we must take and that all districts must take to be able to make ends meet. A lot of that work had been done, and I spoke with Tammy Montero of FCMAT about this, as did Bianca, and actually they changed that finding because we had done a lot of that work. You saw from the last presentation from HR, and a lot of the spending in a district is on staffing, right? That and the staffing of the elementary schools is very tight and and is close to efficient, and that is a lot of work. Where there was attrition, for example, at Fairlawn View, I took a lot of heat for that in June, where people said, hey, we had a beloved teacher retire, you're not replacing them. And I said, no, the enrollment has declined and we must staff efficiently and we must have combo classes. You just heard a public comment, you just read a public comment from someone whom I admire, consider dear, and respect, and take those comments very seriously. But again, the nature of that comment is, oh my gosh, you're staffing to contractual class size limit. This is the kind of pain that I expect we will take and have to address, and there will be growing pains ahead to grow into the FCMAT report in this regard. It will mean, and I hope this is signaled very clearly when you're efficiently staffing, that you will have to staff more efficiently to class size ratios to a better extent at Cunha Intermediate and Half Moon Bay High School. There's no avoiding it. Our outlay is greater than our income. So I just want to put it out there. It's the elephant in the room. People are complaining on one level, we want smaller class size, basically. And on another level, we want more money for teachers, and on another level, shame on you because the district is in this situation. I take that all to heart, and I also know that some of this was completely within our control. If we had said we are not going to provide the kind of raises that we provided, knowing that the FCMAT report and the key page said that much of this could be attributed to spending that exceeded projections, and that was in many ways attributed to employee salaries and benefits. So I just want to point that out. This is going to be painful. It's painful for me. It's certainly painful for Dr. Contreras, and it's certainly painful for families who want smaller class size and for staff who want more money, but you can't have all things. So I just want to point that out. I do think the FCMAT is a fine guideline by which an important one, and we will commit to instituting that. I will say that I dare say that the last time instituting those findings before was, of course, challenged and exacerbated by COVID-19, but I don't want to make excuses, you know? There are a lot of factors. I will hope that we can entertain a motion at 9:56 to push past the curfew.
So moved, but we're still talking about this.
Yeah, for sure. Do you want to make a motion to?
Sure, I move that we go till 10:25.
You're kidding.
No, that's not going to work.
That's not going to work.
Oh, we have to.
We still have budget.
I'll move
and
that we
Granada.
go to 11
Midnight.
and we'll probably be,
Because
One
Kim made a
hour for both?
motion, I need to ask for a second, and then if there's no motion,
Okay. If there's no second?
no second, okay,
Sorry.
then we
have two
need
items.
another motion.
No, I understand, but okay.
We
so
have
you
to consider-
account for.
We have
closed
to
session
consider
too.
2 presentations and closed session.
Plus closed session.
11.
I do not think you're required actually to name an end date. You just have to.
We have to,
Just
we
go
have
past
to.
it and go.
We have to do an end date, yeah. Oh, we can't change it? No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, once.
Oh, then let's
Yeah,
make it
once
midnight.
we have a time, we have to end at that time, and
Yeah.
then,
We can't keep changing it, so we need to make it way past.
Yeah, just make it midnight because we still
That's
have,
fine.
we still have the budget, like
I
the
move
cuts.
that we we go to midnight.
Yeah, I second. I don't want to.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes
And
4-0.
And just so that, for the record, there are 2 more presentations for public item, then the board will convene on a closed session item, and then the board will come back to name its actions, at which point I will take minutes. We will not keep our Pacifica Television people having to stay here till midnight, and hopefully none of us will have to stay here till midnight, but we will make a closed session action report, and we will do it before midnight. Sorry to be bossy, but I think that's what I'm hearing.
My comment is easily go in this presentation as the next, but as we look forward, fiscal stabilization, we just talked about the impact to kids in the classroom. In a school with declining enrollment, at what point, through attrition, do you look at rejiggering or rescoping from clerical to administrators, all of our support staff over time?
Well, the first thing that we have is attrition. So that's the first thing that we look at. Attrition, we don't get another person in, so that we keep our number of FTEs. The second thing is then to look into the number of students that we have and then see how many FTEs would be by contract needed to fulfill that, to serve those number of students. So,
and I just think that's one of those things that it's harder to understand what level of, I know that there's a point where it's always harder to keep a small fish tank alive than a larger one. We're a small school district. We're not just elementary, we're unified. And I just want to make sure that that's still part of our conversation over time in terms of when we look at
efficiencies.
I just want to respond to that too. Also, in real time, we are looking at that decision, and we have made that kind of decision. And I'm just going to say it was not a politically correct decision for some parties, depends on your standpoint. But recently, we looked at the ratio and allocation of noon supervisor staff. And we counted the number of students, and we counted the number of noon supervisor staffs, and we looked at the ratio, and we said it was out of balance, and we moved one from one school to another school that needed it so that we wouldn't have to hire another person. So those changes are ongoing. You will remember from 4 years ago, we stopped having a community liaison at Fairlawn View because the need was not going to be there once we moved Moonridge students back to Hatch. We did not increase the community liaison position at Hatch. There are difficult decisions ahead, but yes, we have scoped down, as you've said, which I think is a fine metaphor or analogy or whatever that is. We have drawn back services at school sites, and we will continue to do so at the classroom level and I think at the support staff level. We'll continue to entertain and look at that to say, how do we get done the work that needs to be done with the appropriate amount of people? And that's just the right sizing conversation we make. We've also done that as in parts of our facilities master plan for the modernizations, as you know, for Fairlawn View and El Granada. Well, less so for El Granada because it's more static, but Fairlawn View, with the drop of students, we have dropped that construction and not decided to modernize the whole thing soup to nuts, but just 2 buildings.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Okay. Do we want to take a break, since I think it's been a couple hours since our last break, for just 5 minutes to just move around a little bit?
Physical stabilization, I mean, that, are you expecting that to take place?
Yeah, that's an important topic.
I know it's important.
Because my legs are falling asleep.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so this item is an action item, and this is what we are asking the board presenting to the board for approval, and it is that we get our solvency and fiscal stabilization plan, and the goal of this is, as we said, is to get this plan to address our deficit spending and align our staffing to the number of students, something we have already commented on, and then look at how we can remedy our situation, which is part of which is the consequences of our past compensations. And it is about identifying the reductions for 23-24. These reductions that have been identified, and as you have seen that have been brought to you, are reductions mostly on things that we thought we were that we had in our budget, and that now we are saying no, we don't need that. So those are reductions that we're doing. It's not so many. It's mostly attrition for any positions for 23-24, but certainly reductions on the things that we were going to be continuing to do and that we're saying, no, we're not doing. So that's the nature of this. So we will continue to look at the optimization of operation with our administrators. And as I mentioned, Bianca and I will continue to work with about the staffing for 24-25 along the lines that Dr. McPetrich was talking about. And with Leticia and with all of the different the ways of we pay that curriculum and instruction has been putting out there that affect the general fund, and or seeking ways in which we can put into any restricted funding some of those functions. So the goal is there is a rule always that you spend the most restricted fund first, That is our goal for seeking to get functions which are regular in the general fund, see if they are allowable within the restricted funding. And we will continue with Jennifer, to look at the revenue and expenditures and making sure that our deficit spending and compensation and education program are within the means within the revenue that we get. And thus far, the measures that have been taken from 23-24 would allow us to meet our 3% reserve. That is if we don't have any other surprises right now. The work that has been done for 23-24, with a lot of work from Jennifer to identify all of this and move them to where they need to be, would allow us to have that 3%. And so as we look into 24, 25, and 25, 26, that's our next very charge. We need to identify those, and we will do that with our Budget Advisory Committee, with anybody or anyone out there who can look at us and our functions and say, we can optimize our operation this way or that way. So our SMCOE will keep on being with us to see that we get there. What we are asking is presenting to the board for approval this fiscal stabilization plan, and approve it as a live and dynamic commitment to achieve our solvency. This is what we will be bringing to you, and here is where we are, and this is what else we have been identifying. And at the end of the day, for those things called for positions, we would have to have a particular kinds of service that we would be not having into the 23-24. So we would be getting those and moving them forward for approval at the January or February meeting. You saw that work that we need to continue doing so that we can bring a reduction of personnel to get there for the 24-25 school year at the January and February. So we start with allocations, move through the process with our committee, Budget Advisory Committee, and any other bodies that would help us, so that we can arrive at a January, bringing to you decisions to make. And these are of the 1,000s, 2,000s, 3,000s, 4,000s, 5,000s, 1,000s is salaries for our certificated, and this is what we have thus far identified as viable for the 23-24, 24-25 school years. There will be more, there should be more. Same thing for the 2,000s, which is the classified salaries, and its corresponding benefits, the 3,000s, for what we have right now. And as you can see, in 23-24, the 4,000s, which is supplies and instructional materials, I often get the questions like, why instructional materials? And but it is the supplies and or instructional materials that are encompassed in here, because sometimes the same thing looks for our cafeteria fund. We still have a 4,000s, which in that case is going to be supplies. The same thing for other expenditures in the MOT, the maintenance operations, it's supplies. So I just want you to take a look at that, because I would want to point, the 5,000s, all of these reductions are things that we're saying we can do without, or we will not be doing this in the outgoing year. So that has brought us to a very, very remarkable $2.1 million. But that's not enough. That is not enough. That, as I said, will get us to get to meet our 3% reserve. We need to do some more work on the 24, 25, 25, 26, and we will continue to do so. So this is a format that we will be bringing, and it will be added and added and added until we get this going onto our multi-year projections, and there is where we would see if we're meeting our 3% in every one of them. So next steps would be continue to work with the Budget Advisory Committee, implementing our FICMAT recommendations and bringing to you our advancement on that. And we will continue to work with our SMCOE, with our getting their guiding and the support on this, and staffing for 24, 25. Continue on that, working with our administrators and all across the district. And we will continue. This is to be continued, and we ask authorization and approval of this plan. It's a live and dynamic plan to continue ourselves.
I just want to barge in here like I do to say that I did receive an email from a teacher and a parent in the district who was saying that this is very important. Why is this happening? And I was trying to, and I wanted to explain, and I took pains to explain that we have to do this to show in a good faith effort that we are going to be able to address our 3% reserve problem for this year. And so that is why we're asking for this action item tonight. That said, I want to reiterate, which I think has been in the presentation, and I pointed out in last presentation and in this presentation to the employee and parent this morning, was this is a live and dynamic plan. This is not over till it's over, and the staffing ahead for the 24-25 school year, again, as Dr. Contreras has identified, Bianca Forster will be bringing you a list of particular kinds of services by which we will probably over-identify staff to make cuts, because it's going to be staffing and services and other issues, consultants, materials, et cetera, et cetera. But we do need this as an action item tonight to show good faith to the public, to the County Office of Education, and to you. And I think it is a fine plan because it represents all the work that Dr. Contreras has been doing with county counterparts, including Mr. Baltima, to journal, and with Jennifer Marsh, and with the whole team, with Dr. Bhatia, with Bianca Forrester, with Martha Ladd, et cetera, to journal and get us to this point where we can get to an approved budget, hopefully, or conditionally approved budget with a 3% reserve.
Thank you. So before we go to board discussion, we do have one comment from the public that was submitted. Motion first. Okay, do we have a motion to approve? No, before we read the comment?
You'll usually take a motion to approve, and then you can take the comment.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
All right, so I'll read the comment and then we can have questions and conversation. One comment from Angela Eckberg, Friends of Farallon View PTO. I am imploring the board to please focus your time and attention to solutions for teachers' salaries and retention. Workforce housing is a nice to have when we have a surplus of funds, but we do not. If we have a surplus of funding for construction, why was El Granada's field taken away from their remodel? Why is funding questionable for the furniture at Farallon View? The board's priorities are not aligned with what the families and teachers want and need in this community. Increasing teacher salaries are our highest concern. Retention of experienced teachers directly impacts the success of our children. Healthy teachers that don't have to worry about providing for their families can focus on providing the best education for our kids. Cutting their health care and refusing to pay them to pay them, the basic cost of living increases will surely lead to us losing them. Please know that parents want what's best for our kids, and that we'll always be supporting our teachers, especially in the wake of the district so blatantly mismanaging funds. Thank you for your time and consideration. Okay, so now we are open for questions and comments. I'll start. Thank you so much. I know this is a lot of hard work, and like the org charts, like a lot that got condensed, a lot of conversations with people and planning that got condensed into like just a couple slides. One question I had to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. All the numbers that we're showing here, are these all unrestricted funds? Obviously, they're all general fund. Are they all unrestricted funds? Because I'm trying to follow when things are being moved to categorical funding.
Where you see move to categorical funding, it is something that was sitting on general fund, and they are now charged to categorical funding.
Okay. So that makes sense. That was my big question, to make sure I was understanding everything. So then the reductions and savings for this year are basically kind of updated estimates on costs. Now that we're like in November, halfway through the year, we can say, okay, we're not going to need that staff. We weren't sure a year, like 6 months ago, but now we know we aren't going to need that position we thought we might need.
Those are the result of the conversations with our colleagues and all the different departments and say what can be optimized.
Yeah, like we had an open position, but we decided we don't need it now. We can cut that.
That's one case. Or any contracts or any things that we said we are not going to be doing. And then the great work that Jennifer has been doing is capture those and moving them into changing them from where there might be potentially be spent to the not anymore.
Yeah, so like Cunha Avid sections, like I guess it turns out we didn't need those, so that got reduced. Cunha Dean stuff was moved to the categorical funding, so that was
correct.
A reduction in the impact on the unrestricted funding in the general fund. Budget reduction for Half Moon Bay High School. This is anticipated, but I guess that's just a position that wasn't filled at the high school because it's November.
So those are the nature of that. But let me go back to that dean, for example.
Yeah.
We have right now, as Bianca said, we can get that paid out of a grant. So that moves into a restricted funding. Now the notion is like if we 3 years from now, when that grant goes expires, then we either would have identified another way of paying for it or going for another grant or doing something so that it just doesn't go back to the general fund.
Yeah. Okay.
Because some of our current positions or positions that went back onto the general fund when the categorical expired, that's what we would be saying, we don't want to go there.
Okay, yeah, and then like the FTE, the custodian, you had attrition and decided everyone else can cover. I mean, a lot of things will be, you kind of leverage the natural attrition to mirror the need, the reduced need because of reduced enrollment. So that makes sense. Data specialist, you know, something that, I guess a cost that was reduced or a service that was reduced.
Correct.
And then benefits, I guess, follow
Correct.
the salaries. If you're not paying someone's salary, you're not paying their benefits either. So that all kind of makes sense. And then the STIRS budget reduction would be, like, I guess, a updated estimate of the STIRS contribution. I just want to go through these like one by one to make sure I understand all of them. Panorama, we just canceled that. Supplies, you just reduced the amount that you're going to spend on stuff. Non-capitalized equipment, same thing, like fewer.
We're anticipating something, and this is important because we said, okay, we can get 60,000 or whatever thing amount to buy something that we will need. Now, when the time comes to, we don't have it.
Oh, the textbook's not in the LCAP, meaning like we didn't need that expense, that was a carryover. Reclassification categoricals, which is a lot of these things. Sorry, I'm like, that's why I said we need a little bit of time. So I think this is important and that we just go through it and make sure we understand each item. Hazel Health is just a savings, I guess, just less cost than we expected. And again, the difference between reductions and savings, if I were to like apply a metaphor, it's like reductions is like, I'm not gonna buy 2 apples, I'm gonna buy 1 apple. Savings is like, I'm gonna buy them when they're on sale, so they're 25% off. So I'm like getting the same thing, but it's cheaper, right?
Or my favorite is, okay, shut that door so
Yeah.
that we don't get the spend on energy.
Yeah, heating the outside, okay.
Heating
That's
the
like a
outside.
savings. Cell phones, basically pulling back some extra stuff that was done for COVID. School Loop, we don't need School Loop or Infinite Campus anymore because we have the new software, so you can cancel that because that's launched. You don't need the backup anymore. Avid membership, again, you don't need it at Cunha. Repairs and services, okay, things are, I guess, okay. You don't need to repair stuff that you were maybe initially concerned you had to.
Well, in a healthy economy, you would say, I
Fix
need
it.
to put that in there.
Yeah.
In a frugal economy, you say,
We'll wait.
we'll wait.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's basically kind of putting it off. STIRS penalties, so it's like penalties we thought we might have to pay, but we don't. Same thing for repairs and services. A consulting budget reduction, same thing, blah, 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 like miscellaneous little things, and some reclassification, some equipment changes in estimate. And that's basically it for this year. And then we have, basically then we have the next few months, because we have really until March 15th for any staffing changes next year. And in parallel, you'll continue to look at other expenses, although they're the minority of the cost. The staffing we know is like the biggest cost driver, especially with increasing costs for staffing. We have the time in the next few months to look at like some of the items that you laid out here, but plus adding a little bit more.
Correct.
Okay. Mary Beth?
I've got more of a big picture question, pretty much opposite. So how close are we to where we need to be with what we see here? I mean, I've heard the number 2.8, we need to reduce it. Was that if we did it this year? I mean, because we're at 3.7 so far that you've got. How do we?
So remember that a budget has a, so if you increase the number of people, your expenditures, then that 2.8 million that we had, that's the one that we had for at budget adoption. So now the moving parts, less people, less of this things that are in the plan. Now that will yield a different MYP, the multi-year projection. So in December, you will see how this affects that MYP.
And my next question is, when do we find out how much money we're getting in revenue? I mean, I think we get some information in the next few weeks, yeah?
Yes.
So basically, we need to wait for that to come in the next few weeks and then see how it
That is
flushes
what
out.
we get for P1. We're saying, we think that you might get this at P1. That's
Okay, so it's still not in our pocket. It's what they think we get.
Right.
And when do we find out about the supplemental monies that we would, well, I guess that was only if we flip. So we don't know if we've flipped yet.
The CDE does not certify until February, sometime in February.
So we got a while to wait for that.
So
do you think this might be close to all the cuts we need, or we just don't know yet?
No. That's why I said in there, we need to work on 25, 26, and 24, 25, and 25, 26. We will need to continue, make sure that the number of children that we have, that we're spending commensurate to the number of children that we have. And that's.
Is there a lot more? I mean, how do we know? I guess we just don't know yet.
So that it will come to say it, we're expecting this many children, we have this many positions that, what do we owe to a child? We owe them 6 periods, here it is. So do the staffing according to the number of children that we serve. And one thing that we would want to move away from is like, we have to have AVID, or we have to have AP Chinese, and we don't have to have. It has to be within this number of sections that it has to happen, because we have this many kids.
There will be some difficult choices that I think ultimately, and I've done this in another district too, when you have these cost constraints, you have to look at the administrators themselves, because they're at the sites and they have to work with their faculty and teams, and they will be making decisions on how to live within their means. But I am stating right now, and it is counter to what people want, that we will be staffing to contractual class size limits, because people want more, but you can't have more when we have less.
Well, so are we halfway where we need to be? We just have no idea yet.
We will be when we get to that contractual number. That's where we would going to be saying, okay, we will get that to account for the number of students that we are serving.
I am hoping that when we look at getting to contractual class limits, that we're also somewhat creative in that we don't just cut off arms and legs to spite ourselves to try to make it fit in the box. That's done in a thoughtful manner. Examples could be rotation of when electives, AP electives are offered. I think there's other ways to get there, and that's a more complex, thoughtful conversation, and not. I think there's, it's not a one size fits all at the high school, that we do have a comprehensive high school where we try to, maybe it's not AB Chinese, but, it's that, we don't have, we've got children with lots of different interests that they're gonna need to be successful in life.
So I do want to follow up on Mary Beth's question. I want to follow up on Kim's question. Maybe I'll start with that because that was the most recent one. I think that we are going to need to be more efficient and more creative about how we offer students opportunities. So one opportunity I could say at the high school that is as yet uncompletely fulfilled, because it's kind of a new one, is dual enrollment with community college. And there are things that the community college, our partners, can do basically for free to us.
This was, well, let me just talk about
to give
that.
kids opportunities that's different than our current model of AP-centric kind of work.
Yes, and if you're giving...
As an example.
Yes, if you're giving dual enrollment, then that is likely college credit, college credit bearing classes. That is one innovative way to do it. Remember, we approved the CCAP. I brought to you the CCAP agreement, 3 years ago, the community college agreement. That is all dependent on how the College of San Mateo or another San Mateo community college district provides us that. So you don't have control of that. You can't bank on that. But what I've always suggested is if we could offer more dual enrollment classes on our high school campus, we wouldn't pay for that. The argument, and I'm just going to lay out the counter argument that I've heard from some staff over the years is, well, oh no, if we offer college classes and we don't have to pay for those teachers, we'll lose teachers. That is part of the economic logic of CCAP. It is to be able to say, instead of paying for someone to offer an advanced placement class that may offer college-bearing credit, depending if the college accepts it, you offer a college class and you don't pay for the college class. The college pays for that, and they take in what is called the revenue from FTE on the college side is called full-time enrollment. FTE on our side is called full-time employee. Basically, they get to claim full-time enrollment, and we get to no longer have to pay for a full-time employee to offer that. So there is that kind of innovative thinking. I've often encouraged, for example, Lisa Longacre and the staff at the high school to consider offering career technical education classes to bolster our career technical education classes and to have it taught by a college level class. But that is entirely dependent on whether or not the college can actually staff that, provide that, and do that. So that's what I want to say to Kim's point is you may get to a section, and I've seen this before in my last district, where all of a sudden you are having 2 classes combined. You know, I've seen situations where you have a Spanish 4-5 or a Spanish 3-4 and you're combining them. People don't like combo classes in elementary schools, but you become accustomed to them, and every district that is cash-strapped, as we are, as Alameda was, has combo classes, if you're gonna be able to serve those kids. And you may have to do something like that at the high school also. I do also wanna just mark too, that I take Kim's point very seriously at a comprehensive high school, even though you don't have the economy of scale at the Half Moon Bay High School with 1,000 kids, hovering at 1,000 kids, you do have to have a comprehensive high school. So you do have to have certain courses that are going to be under-enrolled. And you do also have to provide special education services, and those classes will be, because of the nature of class load analysis and because of the laws of the state of California, you will have fewer students in those classes. So there will be some very intentional thinking about principals, but again, we need to get away from being 24-1 and get closer to 32-1.
When I use the example of rotating electives, maybe if you can't fill a stats class every year, if you offer it every other year, you can have a full-size class.
And you mentioned that at the last board meeting, and we've discussed that among our team, and we certainly have discussed that with the high school practitioners, and Ms. Forrester has been working with the high school practitioners because there's a lot of work to be done. Also, I will say this is representative also of the declining enrollment in the district because, as Mr. Clinton said, it's more difficult to afford to live here. We are having fewer students. This is the way of the world in the state of California. When you have fewer students, you are by extension going to have fewer teachers required. And to your point, Ms. Hines, you will also potentially need fewer support staff. That is a truism. And we also may have too many, I'm just going to say it, support staff that people have accustomed to that are nice to have but not need to have. We will need to follow the law. I'm here to say this. I aim to follow the law. I aim for us to be legally compliant. We're working toward that. But it does mean that we have to have some fiscal discipline because we are spending too much money on staffing. We have to cut staffing. That's real.
Jesus, on Mary Beth's question, I guess, like, so are you saying we're going to need to wait till we see the December budget update to understand, like, how much more we're going to need to cut because we're going to be getting the updated numbers, like, in the next week or two?
Jennifer has started to work on all this MYP and along with SMCOE with Kevin, and then that will be what we would bring to as a first interim where we bring you to what how all this looks like in
the budget. Okay.
Look, I don't want to be a downer, but you guys know that I can be sort of pessimistic and cynical about things at times. But I will say that this represents, again, we haven't used this metaphor in a long time, the metaphor of the roller coaster. Funding may be different depending on when we determine if we're local control funding formula or basic aid. It will be different depending on enrollment. And funding may be different because of state conditions, which we do not control. And I will say that the rosy picture that we had 2 years ago with a budget surplus in the state of California last year did not pan out. And now they're suggesting maybe the state of California may be headed toward, and people say, oh, Sean, you always say this, you're a doomsayer, but we've lived through this before. Recessions happen.
Okay, so basically tonight we're approving what we have here, knowing that there's going to be many conversations and updates, in the months to come. Any other questions or comments? All right, if not, I guess we're ready to go to vote.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, and then our last item, 5F, approval of the integrated El Granada Bond Modernization Project.
And I want to go ahead and, thank you, Mr. Bultema, thank you very much for staying this late. And I want to apologize to our colleagues from Quattrochi Quack and Associates for this late hour also. Bye, Lisa.
Okay, so members of the board, now we're going to be talking about Fund 21. With the proceeds from the bond, that's our bond program. So our bond program includes the modernization of El Granada. You had already approved the part of what that modernization is, and this item is is presented to you for approval of the integrated program. So we are going to remind you that Rosie, remind you that we have had three bonds. One, Measure K, which is exhausted, and Measure S, that was passed in 2012, and we exhausted that this past spring, and then Measure M, that would give us, of which we still have 24 million to sell. Now, we had brought to you the two major projects, Fairlawn View and El Granada, and today what we are bringing to you for authorization is the modernization of Phase 2. You had authorized us Phase 1, but now we're asking you to help us to modernization of Phase 2. So we had brought you before Rosie had brought you before the next one. Okay. We had brought you before this concept. This is the master, the master look at it at El Granada with the master plan, so to speak, and this is a rendering of that. And my colleague in here, okay, here we have. We are with Quattrochi. They are our designers for this improvement. We have already authorization for what you see here. We have a new building. We have what we call the 0.5 complex, which is out there, and we have new equipment installed in that area, along with the parking lot. What we are asking you to, what we bring for approval to you is these areas in green, which are the Phase 2. They are the Phase 2 part of our project. These are the areas that will be then you have in green the administration building. Another green is where the building with the library is. We have where the TK classrooms are, and we have the multipurpose room. These are going to be the buildings that comprise Phase 2. Now I'm going to ask my colleague in here to give you details. He's part of the design team. Carl is part of the design team that has worked on this and is going to give you some details.
I'm afraid to use this one.
I
might just ask you to go forward. Hi, I was here last month. My name is Carl. I'm a project architect at Quattrochi Quack. Last month, as Jesus kind of reviewed, we kind of looked at a very high-level overview of the whole planned construction project, everything they want to do at El Granada. And this month, we're going to focus on just phase 2, which is the modernization of the historic core campus, the buildings that were in green, the area that was in green last month, and these 4 buildings here. And since Jesus has already reviewed what we talked about last month, we'll just start here. So the green areas, the 4 buildings, the large one at the top, building A is a core classroom and admin building. To the left, building K is the original kindergarten building. Below that is the library and classroom building, which will also be kindergarten in the future. And then building M, the multipurpose building used for food service, PE, and assemblies and stuff like that. And then in between there is what we call the main courtyard, which is in the center of campus and a lot of times used also for assembling the whole school. Let's see here. Okay, so let's go forward, please, one. Okay, so this is building A, and I'm going to show you, again, a little more detail going from, I think last month we characterized our view as 30,000 feet, but if you're at 30,000 feet, you've got clouds, you can't really see what's going on. So maybe that was more like 10,000 square feet. Now we're going to get a little closer and look at kind of a big picture view of where the modernization is putting its focus. This is the existing layout of Building A, and then the colors, although a little washed out, will hopefully lead you to see kind of some of the changes. So the building as it stands today has 9 classrooms and a little bit of administrative in the pink. And then if you go forward, please, Rosie. You can see we're vastly kind of making changes and consolidating and enlarging the administrative suite. And then also you have now green, which are student support services facilities that I think the staffing person was talking about earlier, have been housed throughout the campus in portables and modulars, and we're consolidating those with a larger administrative area so that we have improvements. And this is kind of the point, is that we're improving spaces not just for students, but also for faculty and staff, and trying to serve everybody who's important to us. So those green spaces are offices that will house various kind of counseling spaces. Some of the staff that are either circulating throughout the district or full-time staff, language and hearing and learning specialists. And then the administrative area is getting larger. Some of that pink is also faculty lounge areas that are larger so that the teachers can prepare and work between classes. And then just larger meeting spaces for both when parents are coming in, if there's evening meetings or whatnot, and then of course the core office area. And then the classrooms, we now have 7 classrooms. One, the lower left, is a little bit larger. That's for special ed. Also includes an integrated restroom. The other classrooms are essentially about the same size. 4 of them have access to this kind of little center room, which is a breakout space, an educational space for maybe a smaller subset of the class. And then 2 of the classrooms don't feature those because the faculty gave us feedback that they're not all interested in that kind of space. And then this also allows us to have all the classrooms kind of equalized, about the same size, while retaining as much of the existing structure as possible, which was one of the core interests to try to economically use your bond dollars. If you go to the next slide, please. The other two buildings are getting a little bit less intense renovation. The kindergarten classroom on the left is, like all three of the major buildings, getting new mechanical systems, new insulation, new windows, new interior finishes, flooring, and lighting. But in this building, we're making the the restrooms that serve the kindergarten will now have an accessible restroom. And the main partition between the two classrooms is going to be upgraded. Right now, there's some sound isolation problems between the two classrooms because it was originally designed to be a removable partition, a mobile partition, so it's not really like a normal one. And then the building on the right, which is the library and currently features a classroom building. This is the existing layout. And if you go to the next slide, please, Rosie. Oh, it is, yeah, sorry. You can see there's actually not a huge change. On the left, the kindergarten building, now you see the enlarged restrooms. Pretty much other than that, it's staying the same, some more built-in cabinetry, new HVAC closets in the corner. And then the library building on the right, we're consolidating to get two larger kindergarten-sized classrooms. There used to be 3. And then there are some remaining kind of accessory spaces that can be programmed for either support services or storage or breakout spaces or prep for staff, and then accessible restrooms that serve the kindergarten classrooms. And then the library is actually in pretty good shape. It's getting kind of a high level of refresh, work with the ceilings, bringing in more light, some more openings to the outside, including on the right will be a new access out to the garden area, which is being relocated and will be between this building and the new classroom building, which is farther to the right. And then if you go to the next slide, only one slide for the multi-purpose building. It's getting kind of a finishes refresh so that it looks to be on par with the rest of the buildings, painting, new flooring. And then on the left, the dashed line is a new entrance canopy that's kind of left over from part of the demolition from the phase 1, the new classroom building. After the new classroom building is built, to the left of this is an old restroom building that will be demolished once we've got new restrooms for staff and students. And then this canopy, which will be protecting the entrance to the multi, also then faces that central courtyard and can function either as a stage if, like for example, the whole student population is gathered on the court, or it could be inverted and could be, house a classroom or a class in inclement weather under the canopy for an outdoor educational space. So that's kind of and then the other part is within the courtyard itself will be some light landscaping, grading, probably a new turf lawn there at this point. And there's some other landscape things. The perimeters around each of these buildings will be repaved in order to improve accessibility. So that's kind of the scope of the upgrades at a kind of schematic level, which is what we've been doing. And then we hope to get approval and go on to figure it out in more detail.
So, thank you, Carl. So what we are giving you here is the first estimate of what you authorized for phase 1, and now we're asking you to authorize phase 2 so that we can get an integrated project to the tune of $45.9 million.
Thank you, Jesus.
Just to remind you that we have as our builders, our Rodan, our architects, our Quattrocchi, and then they have already got us a DSA approved, the new building and the .5 complex, and we are still working into the coastal development permit, and now we are asking for this approval. As I always remind everybody that it is the governing board that approves the projects and the cost, that the superintendent is the executor of this, and the Citizens Oversight Committee are the ones that make sure that the bond proceeds are spent the projects listed in the project list, which this one is, and that they look at our annual financial audit.
Great,
That's
thank you.
it.
Thank you so much. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second. What was my question?
I can ask in the meantime while you're thinking. I'll buy you time.
Buy me time. I
So
do have a question.
I was curious, this is great, thank you so much, and I think it looks really nice. I'm curious now in terms of capacity, given changing enrollment, how many TKK classes do we have currently at El Granada?
3? Is that 2? 2 of them? Yeah.
Two? Because I noticed 4 kinder classrooms. Is that not,
Potential for 4 kinder classrooms. The difference between a kinder classroom and a regular classroom is just space, so you have a larger room
yeah, and a restroom,
and a
like
restroom.
little kid, so it could be used for like first grade?
Currently, there are 4 classrooms identified as kindergarten classrooms. 2 of them are undersized according to standards. So in the library building, we're actually taking out a third regular classroom and then making, so there will be the same number of KTK classrooms, but they will be up to current standards.
Up to current, okay. And so currently, we're only using 2. Like, so I guess here's a question. Overall, how many classrooms are we currently using total, if you know? Maybe. And plus the other ones. Maybe, I don't know who the right person is to ask this question, but I'm curious, like, okay, so maybe Martha, you're, because it, so there's 3K, including TK? Oh, there's 3 kindergarten classes and 2 whole TK classes? 2 TK at Hatch, 2 TK. No, I mean, sorry, I mean at El Granada.
Right, 2 TK at El Granada, 2 TK.
1 TK at Hatch. I don't care about Hatch, sorry. I just want to know about El Granada. Like, I just want to know classrooms. Hold on, sorry, but you're not staff. Appreciate it, hold on, just wait a second. If you want to feed the information to Martha and then I can have her speak, that could be helpful, but I think Leticia knows the number of classrooms, so, because you're kind of, I want to know, like, at El Granada, what do we have right now?
For lower
grades.
elementary,
All the grades.
we have 2 TK, 3 kinder, 2 first, 2 second, 2 third, 1 fourth, 1 fifth, 2 fifth, 2 fifth.
So 14. So we have 3. Okay.
And we also have special education programs on campus, but we're
okay.
not going to talk about that right now.
Yeah.
Yes, or yes.
Okay, so 4 classrooms for kinder, we're using 4 or 5 now for kinder/TK? We're using 5, so is this enough kinder classrooms? Because it's only 4, right?
We had the 5th kinder this year was a K1 combo.
Oh, okay, so it's in a regular classroom.
It was not, it's like an off.
Okay.
Typically, El Granada will host about 2 kinders, right, Martha?
And 2 TK.
And 2 TK.
Okay, so 4 is the right number. Okay. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to understand that a little bit better. Brianna, if you have any different information, just let Martha know. Because I thought like 4 sounded like a lot, but it sounds like I didn't realize I lost track of how many TK we had as well there. And since we're hoping to continue to increase TK enrollment, that sounds reasonable.
I just do want to say that the architects have worked on both the Fairlawn View project and the El Granada project to line up with our demographic enrollment projections to right-size the campuses to ongoing perceived classroom enrollment needs.
For the projects not yet scoped at El Granada, meaning soccer field, et cetera, have there been any estimates for that?
Yes, they have looked at the preliminary cost of some of those, but, and that is how we are beginning to square the engineering, the value engineering, to be able to bring it within the 45.9 million.
So you're thinking that with the value engineering, we'll be able to get the soccer field into?
We don't, at this moment, not right now, not the soccer field.
That is not part of the approval of this phase 2. That is not on that map. That is a cause of a wish that we had that in that.
Right.
But you can't bring it in at that price.
But at some point, again, we've talked about the Fund 40 and possible uses.
So let me tell you about Fund 40. That is early on when we brought it to you, we had said to supplement, but to supplement definitely. If it is a moment where we can do that, we can definitely bring it for approval. But just with the escalation, I just get a little nervous, thinking that we could approve something now that we might not.
If you leave the trash cans right where they are, it won't cost us.
Well, beyond that string pulling, I will say that it is entirely within I'm sorry, am I interrupting or?
Good.
I wanted to just say it is entirely within the board's purview to direct staff to use funding that is available ongoing, or to direct us to look at the cost of athletic fields and upgrades. It does make Dr. Contreras nervous because he wants to look at that as money that would be available for contingency. I will say that it is entirely within the board's purview to direct us to say, do a more further analysis on athletic fields at El Granada, at Hatch, at Fairlawn View, and bring back what those costs would be and consider whether or not you want to make a contingency and say, yes, we'll plan on that as using that, but you may not have the money for that, or you might want to use that as part of a bond plan for an ongoing bond, which I understand people are nervous about talking about an ongoing bond, but you are going to need another bond to do the upgrades you need for the high school, certainly.
Yeah. So, and again, that is it's been in the public purview in the last month, having not, as people have heard about workforce housing, they haven't heard all the backstory and how we got there. And so, and sometimes I think we end up comparing apples and oranges in a way that is not fully understood. So I remember at Hatch being shocked a few years ago when I saw 3 classrooms of kindergarten furniture for $100,000. To me, $100,000 for desks for little kids seemed like an awful lot of money. And I know it was probably more than desks, but at some point it's a matter of what's relative and understanding the full story. Regarding the bond, workforce housing, again, I know that's a conversation when we can do a full rollout that's more thoughtful on all of the financial issues, but as it relates here, my understanding for our upfront costs that we've spent to date, in the event we went to the public and a bond measure passed for such a project, we could actually, reimburse those upfront costs from the bond that's approved. I mean, at the end of the day, for any project, you know, we had to pay architects to do the design here. Even before we got into this, when there were site plans, you have to have something for the public to see, to bounce up against. And what I would like to express is that we're not pitting one idea and one project against another, that teacher pay is not workforce housing, and that where we have started to do planning was to be good stewards of our resources into the decades to come. So, you know, these were feasibility studies that we will go back and tell the story on.
But in relation to what you have.
It's almost midnight.
Yeah, in relation to what you have agendized tonight is phase 2 for $20 million, taking the total cost of $45 million. We'd like to get that done, but I want to put a pin in it and say, I've heard from tonight, I heard for 2 hours at Hatch Elementary School previously. I'm sorry, I got distracted. 2 hours in a meeting at Hatch about the need for athletic field there. We've heard from Ms. LaFontaine, and I'm just going to say I'm listening, and I've heard the interest in, and we've heard that previously from other, in past years. There is an interest in upgrading athletic fields. The question for the board will be, are you going to have direct staff, and it's not part of this conversation tonight because it's not agendized for that, but I'm leading to it. Are you going to direct staff for us to look at athletic field upgrades and proposing that to the board so that you can use that bond? That money would be taken from other projects that we have designated for the bond currently, potentially, or we would have to use it for bond authorization going forward. So let me just put it this way. Can we scope this down to what the agendized item is, which is getting the approval of the $20 million for phase 2, since faculty and the campus have been engaged in that? Is everything okay?
Yeah. Just checking that the live stream is on.
Oh, okay. So I think to that point, I'm fine with the plan here, knowing that these are the priority things, and that with any facilities planning, we say this like every time, it's an iterative process, and it's an iterative process of making commitments, varying levels and degrees of like detail of commitments and like strength of commitments. So to me, I see this, yeah, let's and you don't want to let great be the enemy of good and say, I want to plan out everything soup to nuts, and then it's like it takes you 10 years. Like, so I appreciate the approach here to just say, let's get phase 1 done, that's rolling, phase 2, now that's going to start rolling. And then as you start to see, as things start to get more concrete, then you can plan, you know, future expenses and expenditures. So I'm 100% fine with this moving forward, like tonight. And I also would say, I would be curious as to know, like, better if we were to put athletic fields, I guess it would just be Farallon View and El Granada, right? Those are the only two places we would do that. Well, Hatch is tricky because Hatch, I think we could roll into, Hatch should probably roll into a more thoughtful, so yes, at Hatch for sure. And I think that could feed into a next, like, I don't know what the word is, like alternative. So like a next alternative or a next version of the plans for housing, district office changes, blah, blah, blah.
Can I invite the board to consider directing staff to look at athletic facility upgrades for the elementary schools and bringing that back as a plan for you to consider without going into the what ifs of it now? Because that would give us time to bring options that are measured and considered. And I guess I'm also signaling that I'm thinking that I've heard and listened enough tonight and in previous meetings over recent months that this is a need. And it has been long part of the conversation for El Granada, including Brianna LaFontaine and Doug Machado last year about play facilities. So I'm just hearing and listening that, but I would encourage the board and invite the board, if you will allow me, and I don't want to direct the board, that's the wrong direction, but you should be directing me, but I'd like to invite you to direct us to come back at some point in the near future with an idea of how to propose potential solutions for the athletic facilities problem without attaching that solution to this action item.
Yes, I think I think we're all on the same page.
You know, we always get into solutionitis and attaching a solution to a problem. And I'm trying to just get us to approve this tonight.
And to just clarify, because I think it's important for folks to know that, like, just because there's not a commitment to doing something like immediately, it doesn't mean there's not a commitment to doing something at all. So I think people sometimes misunderstand to think like, oh, there's no money left for X, Y, Z. It's like, no, there's just like this. We're just not planning that at this time because we're trying to just get these things off the ground and going. And like, quite frankly, an athletic field compared to like what you're talking about here is like peanuts. It's like it's a small, easy thing. It's like open, compared to like rebuilding or reconstructing buildings or even doing all the interiors of a structure is a $20 million project or $46 million project in this case. So I think that's why I keep emphasizing the point of like, it's an iterative process. And then we think of like, okay, let's add on this in this way. It's messy and it's complicated. It's hard to follow, but that's just the nature of, the hundreds of acres that we have and, in facilities that require that level of attention and customized kind of process based on what the need is. So if there's no more questions or comments, we can go to vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. This item passes 4-0.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so future events tomorrow, November 10th, Veterans Day observed. Thank you for all our veterans, and we appreciate you. November 15th, Budget Advisory Committee via Zoom, 6:30 p.m. November 20th to 24th, I can't believe Thanksgiving recess, no school. December 17th, Budget Advisory Committee meeting via Zoom.
13th.
Oh, 13th. I don't know what did I say, but 13th, Budget Advisory Committee meeting via Zoom, 6:30 p.m. December 14th, Annual Organization Meeting, a regular board meeting, Cunha Intermediate School Multipurpose Room, 6 p.m., same bat time, same bat place. All right, so process in terms of convening to close session. Do we need a motion or anything, or we could just say we're closing open meeting?
We have to identify the items in the closed session.
Okay.
Agenda, we have to take comments and then adjourn to closed session.
So
Come back
items-
for open with the
Okay.
report.
Thank you. Item 7, because I think it's a little bit new. Item 7, closed session. A, identification of closed session topics of discussion. So the closed topics,
I'm sorry,
Guys.
we've lost a member. Kim, can we have you for the next step?
yeah. So we're still in the meeting. We're not done yet. So the items for the closed session tonight are, number 1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Government Code 54956.9D. 2, with 1 case, student Cabrillo Unified School District, student name withheld to protect confidentiality, and 2, conference with legal counsel, confidential general release and settlement agreement, motion to withdraw from due process. Again, 1 case, student Cabrillo Unified School District, student name withheld to protect confidentiality. Okay, so if there are item B's, public comments on closed session topics, seeing as there are none, we can adjourn to closed session.
And just so the public will know and so the board will know, we will convene to closed session in the library, and we'll let Pacifica Television wrap up and go. And when we reconvene in open session to report action, then we will do so without it being televised.
And is that okay?
This is totally okay. Television is totally the purview of the board, and it will be reflected in our minutes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. We shall adjourn.
Thank you.